with all of you. My name is Sheila. My sign name is, I think because I'm always smiling, I don't know, but I'm very excited. We're going to be doing a lot of interactive games, so be prepared to engage with people you know and people you don't know, so that we can make friends and get to know each other. So as we wait for the person who is going to start us off with a word of prayer and wait for everyone to join us, I'm very excited to be here. Are we excited? Yeah. When we go to the back, we're going to get into two teams, okay? Carrie will help us get into two teams. And I think when we get there, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll make a line. We'll get into two teams, make a line, and then I'll let you know what to do when we get back there.
Awesome.
Okay, very exciting. And,
Yeah.
But when we get there, get into two teams, get a name for your team, and then we'll pick it up from there. Is that okay?
Yeah. Awesome. I just want
I can see some smiles. Yeah, that's what we want.
Yay!
Yeah, we need to get excited.
Yes, we need to be
Okay?
excited about it. So we're going to start with an opening prayer, and I'm going to ambush my mother, Dr. Moby, to come do an opening prayer for the event. She didn't know, but I can't be calling anyone else other than Dr. Moby. That's my mother. Let's clap for her. How do you say mother? Yeah, she made me. She needs some serious claps. She made this production board. Hey. Just an opening prayer, tafadhali, and then we start.
Okay.
Oh, and what is her sign name? Does she have a sign name?
Good morning.
They can give you a sign name, a sign language name.
Like
They'll
Mombi.
give you, yeah.
Oh.
Her name is Mombi.
Or Mama Carrie.
They're trying to think of a sign name for you.
Yeah, Mama Carrie.
Oh, Mama Carrie. Okay, so that's your name.
Let us pray and dedicate the day to our God so that He can align it for us. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, this morning we want to thank you. We want to say this is the day that you have made, and we shall rejoice in it. We are so glad that you have gathered us in this space. Thank you, because Psalms 24 will say the universe belongs to you, and whatever there is thereof. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the gift of love. We thank you for the gift of family. Thank you for the gift of friends. And thank you for the opportunities that you give us in this life, oh God, to advance. Now, Father, we have an event today to interact, to love, to hear, and even, dear Master, to address our issues. Father, I want to thank you for each one of us. We thank you for parents. We thank you for children, and even them that are able differently. Dear Father, we thank you that you all created us. The Bible will say in the book of Genesis that you created us in your own image. And therefore, dear Master, we are proud. And even as Auntie Sheila has said, let us get excited. We may not be excited by the environment or the things that we see, all our own feelings. But we can get excited that God, you created us with your own image. Therefore, dear Master, from the beginning to the end of this event, we dedicate it to you. Align everything for us. Align the speakers to us. Bless the parents, oh God. If there is anyone asking a question, Redeemer, we want to pray that you will answer it before the end of the day. You will comfort each one of us. Them that will be excited, them that will be crying. We have a shoulder to cry on. You are saying, let us not be anxious over anything, but by prayer and supplication, let all our requests be known unto you. Our request, oh God, acceptability. Our request, oh God, is to have a space to thrive in this life. Therefore, locate us, oh dear Master, in the name of Jesus Christ. For the little ones that are growing, oh God, we pray that they'll have a space, oh God, even in this country or whether outside the country, Lord, they will thrive in Jesus' name, because you own the whole universe. It is yours. Dear Father, we thank you and we adore you. Everyone, even them that are on the way, let them come and join us. We rejoice together. Whatever we do it for your own glory. We honor you and we thank you. Thank you for the owners of this place. Thank you for our host, Lord. I pray that you bless them and bless them 100-fold. Their heart desires will be met because, dear Father, they hosted your angels. We love you, we adore you, and we commit the day to you. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, we pray.
Amen.
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 Amen. How did we say amen? Amen. Everybody up on your feet. Let's go to the back. Everyone up and let's go to the back. Let's go and play a game and we'll be ready to start with the Q&A. Thank you very much, Dr. Margaret. Asante sana. Come. Everybody. Parents, children, everybody.
Now my life is a walkover. I'm a take over. Jehovah, I'm a take over. Now my life is a walkover. Generation to generation, Baba Yesu anameremeta. Seasons come and go, jina lake bado linatamba. Every night and day, sifa zake bado zinapanda. Every night and day, glory yake kwetu inashuka. He has turned my life around.
Let's have everybody here, please. Everybody come out. Everybody here, everybody.
Take over. Oh, okay. Jehovah may take over.
Okay, we are making one line. Please help me get everyone in one line like this. Everyone looking at us like this. Looking this way. Yes, like this. Please come here, Mama. Here. Yes, like that. Right here. Aya, right there. Everybody, I want everybody here, if you've had breakfast, if you're almost having breakfast, you can have it, or you can join us so that you don't miss the game, and then you can have breakfast after. However you want it, it's fine. Okay. Your time.
All right, are we all together? Let's come together. I want us to, first of all, before we start the exercise, we need to shake a little bit, right? Yeah, shake a little bit and get ready. And this is how we are going to do it. I like maths. How many people like math? Yes, okay. 1 + 1 = 2. 2 + 2 = 4. Not 3, 4. 4 + 4, 8. 8 + 8. Yeah, you're good students. Now let's do it a little different. Okay? So you watch me and do what I do. Right? Okay? Now how am I going to, you need to hold the mic for me. Yes.
Oh yes, okay, sure.
Okay. So look, so this is 1. 1. Hey, nangufu, si mumekula breakfast. 1 + 1 = yes, 2. 2 + 2 = 4. Hey, naswag, hey, Ivo, 4. Aya. 4 plus the other side 4 = 8. 8 plus 8 = 16. Okay, now you know, now you get it, yeah? Let's do it and do it a bit faster. Alafu, you shake, because now we are going to do another exercise. You need to be very flexible. Okay, let's go. You also want to do it, eh?
No, I can hold.
Okay, all right.
I can miss the FOMO.
All right, let's go. 1 plus 1 = 2. Equals 4 plus 4 equals 8. I like it. 8 plus 8 equals 16. Okay, good job. All right. Now we are going to get into the next exercise. Carrie will help me. I want 2 lines. All right.
2 lines. So we'll do this.
Yes.
So we'll do
Yes.
1, 2, 1, 2, like that. I start. Do the sign. Do the sign. I want everyone to
Sign,
see.
yeah, and then you just come. If you're
Is this
one,
a sign?
you come
1,
here.
2, 1, 2.
If
So
you're 1, 2, there, like that. Yeah.
okay. So 1. Do the sign. I want Aya. Do the sign, Mama. 2. Okay, okay. 1. Okay. 2, 1. You're 1. You want to be together? Okay.
These are 2s, eh? You are
1. 1 is Bele. 2 is Nyuma. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1. Good. So all the 1s come here, and all the 2s, you're one group. So 1 is one group, 2 is one group.
Okay, please get together. You're going to get a name for your team.
Whatever you want to be, please.
Okay, the ones look many.
Yeah.
We need exact number in each team.
Okay, let's do this. We need to divide them. Okay, there are people who went to 2 and they were 1. You're fired.
Get a name for your team. Yes. We need yeah.
Even you two, your friends. You're fired.
Then I'll tell you, get a name for your team, a nice name for your team. And then this group now.
No, you're fine.
Okay,
You're fine.
and then the 2s come together, please. Come together and get a nice name for your team. Who's going to help me? We need the exact number of people in each team, but it's okay. It's okay. Just come together. Get a name for your team. What name? Name for your team. Help them. You have a name.
Get a name from your team. We need one interpreter on this side. One interpreter on team 2. Team 1. Yeah.
Put your hand in the air. One hand in the air. And we come from left to right. Watch this. Left.
Ant. Like the
Right.
ant.
Come on. Left.
You are the ant. Ready?
Right.
Easy. Okay. You are the ants. The ants. Okay, this one.
Left. Right. Two more time. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left.
Hey, all the teams have a name starting with A. Okay.
Now. Okay, at some point once we but it's okay. Ants.
Okay. Tata Sheila is on this. This is what we are doing.
All right. Okay.
Pay
Good.
attention.
Nice. I like that. Apple. Okay. Good.
Everybody jump for the left.
Okay. Everybody here.
Okay. Can I hear the name of the team?
And wave.
Apple. And this team?
And wave.
Ants. Okay. Very good. Now, this is what I want us to do. Okay. We are going to make a line, right? The apples on one side and the ants on one side.
Okay, let's do it.
But listen, they need to strategize. They need to strategize because this is what we are going to do. Let me demonstrate because you need to strategize. Okay? I can see one team is bigger than the other, so some will are going to be cheerleaders. Yeah? Okay, so this is what.
Now somebody, anybody, everybody scream. Follow the leader, 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 follow the leader. 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 Up four. We're gonna jump and wait.
Come here. Come here. What we are going to do, we are going to take this hula hoop and pass it from one end of the line to the other without touching it. Okay? Do you understand? Without touching it. This is how. Okay? Watch. Both teams watch and then you plan how you're going to do it.
And there's a big reward for the winning team.
Follow the
open your hands, you have to start again. If you touch the hula hoop, you have to start again. Can we do that? The line will start.
Awesome. So let's make a straight line how we had made both teams. Both lines. Aya, line imeanzia hapa ya east side karibia. And we're going to count them. We're going to count them. Yes, we're going to count them. So we're going to do a test run and then the original run. Are you ready? Okay. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Join. Aya, Andrew, come and join the game. Yes, come. Andrew, join this team. You're in this team. Squeeze that thing until it passes. So we are starting on this side. Are we ready? Ready. This is ready.
Jump for the right. Everybody, jump for the left. Jump for the right. Jump for the left.
Hold your hand.
Now stop.
And the first team to finish is the winner.
And wave.
Okay, so we're doing it. It's going this way, then it's coming back.
And wave. Everybody come. Follow the leader, follow the leader. Follow the leader, follow the leader. Follow the leader, follow.
This is a trial run.
Now repeat that.
Now, go. Oh, somebody. It has to go back. Muliachilia mkono hapa. Aya, I'm watching.
On four. He's gonna jump and wave. On four. He's gonna jump.
Hey! Wait! It has to go back. I'm watching them. Let's go. Let's go. They are tiny hands. Hey! Go. That was close. That was very close. So Tata Sheila, was that the trial or that was the official? Trial. So now that was a trial. We are live on Facebook? Are we live on Facebook? We are live on Facebook. I just want to take a minute to welcome our home audience. Everyone who is watching us from Facebook. What's the sign for Facebook? Facebook, and everyone who's watching us on YouTube as well. Which channel are we on? Gakenya Films, is it? PichaClear. We're on PichaClear. Please share this link so that other people who need to know that AVT and LI are here. The hashtag we're using is There Is a Way. Everyone say There Is a Way. And we believe that there's a way. Now the true competition begins.
Let's appreciate the ants. Good job. And then also Apple. Now. You now know what you're supposed to do. You need to strategize. Are you okay the way you have lined up? Do you need to change? Are you okay? Do you feel like you're okay in this arrangement? Because when we started, this lady, she switched places. I think she was thinking it's a good strategy to shift places. So are you okay the way you are lined up? Or you come? Yes. Can you change after? Damu yake inaponya mo zaidi ya Panadol. Sitamo nimeponywa ndio nacheza low. Cheza na dawa. Cheza na dawa. Cheza na dawa. Okay. So are we okay? All right. This is now the real. Oh, you have joined to replace someone. So if we just come quickly, are we the same number? Okay, all right. Let's do this. You got Christ, you got me.
Action! Let's go! No violence. Aha. And now we are going back. Ants are finished. The ants are done. And the apples. They still have a chance to win. The ants are moving. The apples are moving even faster. Let's go. What's going on? What is happening? What is going on? Will the winner? Yeah. There's still a chance for the apples. There is still a chance. Who's gonna take it this time? It was such a close. It was so close. Oh, well done. It was so close. By a second.
Okay, well done for the ants. Apples, good job. Now, just one lesson. Did you learn a lesson from that exercise? Anybody, what did you learn from that exercise? Let's hear from her. Teamwork. Fantastic. Did you hear that? Teamwork. That's how it is in life. We need each other. Okay? We need each other. We need to hold hands and walk the journey of life together, wherever we are. Okay? Another lesson here.
I've learned that God is the only way who can do things.
Did you hear that? Fantastic. God is the only way who can do things. So well done. I think we're going to now move back to the tent and start another session.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to Tata Sheila. Let's give a round of applause to ourselves as well. Well done. That was fun. We're going to have more games and a more interactive time as we continue. This is just the beginning of this beautiful occasion. I want to now welcome our host, Mrs. Kenywa. She's going to come and help us do some housekeeping as well. So Mrs. Kenywa, if you could find your way here. Mrs. Kenywa, if you could find your way here. This is your time. Mrs. Kenywa, if you could find your way here. Thank you so much. This is our host and also a very passionate person. She's here to do housekeeping and an official welcome for us. And I'll give you this microphone. Thank you so much. Okay, let's give attention as we settle in. Can we settle in? We'll give you some time to settle in, and then we'll get an official welcome from our host. And remember, if you're signing, we have some tables here for you. It might be better if you could come closer to us. And anybody else who's not serving or doing anything, we'd love you to join us so that we can continue. So this is our host. She's called Mrs. Kenywa, and she will give the official welcome and also some housekeeping. Where can we go to the bathroom? Where is this place? Are we in Kenya? Because it's so far. Are we still in, are we in Tanzania? You can tell us a bit more. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Say hello. Hello, for the signing people, hello. Habari zenu? Karibuni sana Gong Hills Base Camp. I'm so happy to see everyone, especially our team, the AVT, and the Lugha Ishara, which we are trying to help them come to where we are. My name is Mama Gachoki or Mama Andrew or Ruth Kenywa. You're so welcome in this compound. Please feel at home. Feel free to do whatever you want to do. It's a free place. And we have invited the presence of God here. We believe you'll have a good day. And there's so much food for you. There's so much information for you. Please, for anyone looking for answers, I know we don't have every answer, but I believe we can be able to help you get somewhere with the problem we are also having, or a challenge you're having, especially with hearing impaired or the deaf community. We thank each and everyone who has contributed to see this program kick off, and we are here. At the moment, we are facing a small problem. We got the toilets behind us. There's a man, which is on top here, and the ladies. We are going to use this one. Now, the person who is supposed to man the toilets, he's on the way. But meanwhile, we have a toilet here, which we can be used. For the men, you can use a bathroom, which is behind this big building. Please feel free, and we hope in the next 30 or few minutes, these toilets will be in use. All the children who are able to use this area, the bouncing castle is open. Please go and use it. We'll have the children sit on the floor here. And yes, and we give maybe the grown-ups to sit on this side. We'll have a panelist here. I think Poi would say more. But this whole compound, please use it as you wish. The food area is there, and the registration is coming up. We have questions. If you have questions, please, we have a basket so that we need to answer each and every question anyone came with. On behalf of my family, I have Andrew and I have Gakenya. I have my other children who come with me. I have my sisters. Unfortunately, my husband had to travel yesterday, but he's so much with us here. So please feel so free and so welcome. And I thank you for each one of you coming this early and coming to spend this day with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give her a hand. Thank you so much. It's rare for people to open up their spaces for strangers. Right? So we are streaming live, and I understand there are a couple of people who are not comfortable being on camera. If you're not, please, you can wave at me and you can stay behind the camera. But if you have no problem, we are only streaming on YouTube. Right, for now, we're on YouTube, just for other people to get to know that this is happening. And you're the first special audience. We hope to have more events like this for a beautiful community in the coming months. So this is just a beginner. So we're just starting. Cindy, and we're going very well. We're going to have what we call a wonder session. Tell your neighbor a wonder session. What is a sign-in for wonder session? Yes, wonder. And there's some questions you have. There's some things that maybe they worry you, and you can't share them with your family. You feel like they don't understand. You can't share them with your pastor. You can't share them with, other people. But here is a safe space. And I'm going to welcome Ann Karao, who will be taking us through the wonder session, how to ask questions. We have various platforms, and she will lead us to that. Let's clap for Ann as she comes on up. Karibu sana, Ann.
Thank you, Carrie. Hi everyone. Please high five your neighbor, so that just give your neighbor a high five. At the back, when you have the mic, you have power. So you look at people who are not doing what you're asking. All right, great. So we want to start, and like Carrie said, this is a session to ask all the questions we've been wanting to ask about AVT, about deafness, about school, about family, about having a sibling who's deaf. So it's a session to ask. Anybody should be able to ask a question. Is that clear? So we have two ways. In front of you, there's a paper and a pen. Can you guys see that? The paper and the pen. So we're going to give you about 5 to 10 minutes to just write down any question you have. The other option is, who has a smartphone? Anyone, or a phone who can access the internet? If you have your phone, show me, wave at me, Woye, if you have your phone. Yeah, I want you to go to W on your phone. Go to the internet. Go to your browser. Yeah. I can't see guys following. Are we together? Simu, phone. Yeah, we're there. Go to W. Wait. Yeah, wait. Okay, So we're going to have two options. We're going to use Menti online and also the paper. And Gakenya has the basket for asking the questions. Yeah. But let's go to, are we ready on phone? www.menti, M-E-N-T-I, www.menti.com. Menti.com. Yes. Yeah. Are we together? Who's signed on to menti.com? If you've found Menti, please. Then you'll find a place where it asks you to enter a code. Can you see it? Yeah, it asked you. So the code you're going to put is, are we together? Code? Are we at code? Yeah, we're there. Thanks. You put 4. Code 4, 1, 3, 4, 3, 6, 2, 7. 4, 1, 4. 4, 1, 3, 4. 4, 1, 3, 4. 3, 6, 2, 7. Have you got in? You've got in. Can I say that number one more time? Oh, you're all in. Oh, great. If you're in, wait for me your phone. I see. Yeah. Okay, cool. At the back, are you guys in? Yeah, great. So the question we're asking is, you can post there any question. So if you have any question about deafness, about AVT, about school, about your anything you want to ask. If you're a sibling of a deaf person or a deaf person, you can ask any question as a sibling that you would want other siblings to answer. We'll also have a sibling session to answer those questions. All right, at this table here. So we have two options. If you write your question, let us know. Okay, so we're going to just take 5 minutes. Right now it's 5 minutes to 11. So let's get to 11 and see where we get to, and then we'll continue. So DJ, feel free to put some music as I go around to see if everyone is okay.
DJ, can you play me? I want to dance in my journey. You play the music that we like. And every time when we dance together, we dance the music that we love. One in a million, the body moving so spiritually. One in a million.
Anonymous. Yeah, it's anonymous. I can see already. I can see there are some 3 questions already there, so just keep them coming. It's anonymous. It's anonymous. Keep them coming. I can see some 3 sessions. The questions on the screen. But those who've written on the paper, put up your paper, and Gakenia can take the basket round. Gakenia, the pretty lady at the back. Start to see them. They are streaming in. What is a VT? How can we help our deaf siblings in accepting themselves? Where can one learn American Sign Language in Nairobi, Kenya? So keep them coming. Let all the questions that can come through. We're going to have a really rich panel that will answer these questions. So just keep the questions coming.
With us the music that we love. Hey, hey. 1 in a million, the body move it so spiritually. Yeah. 1 in a million, the body move it so spiritually.
And questions? You've got some? Okay, yeah. So if you've written on the paper, that's still perfectly fine. Let's keep them at the basket. Yeah. Yeah. They're just streaming in. I'll just sample 1 or 2 more. How do deaf people hear music? It's one of the questions. But let's keep all the questions coming. So we'll give it another just 5 minutes and stop at 11:05. I see there are still 3 votes on Menti, so please keep them coming.
Nidiri hapa hivi umeshinda vita, uacha nikupe saluti baba. Umenipigania vita, uacha nikupe saluti baba. Wakipigana na wewe, ai, watajua hawajui. Oh ai, wakibishana na wewe, ai, watajua hawajui. Ai, nakufuata wewe, sitaki nichelewe.
Awesome. As you continue to wonder and questions, we're about to get to the panel. We're just praying for our panelists to get here a bit faster so that we can get into that session as you continue to ask a question. But I want to teach you a dance. So everyone up on your feet, up on your feet. And DJ Wiwa, Kirinjaga's finest, is going to play me a song by Moji. And I'm going to this dance. So everyone up on your feet as you think about your questions. As you write your questions, up on your feet. Up on your feet, up on your feet. As we think about this, as we pray for acceleration of speed for our next panelist. Everyone up on your feet. Okay, so this song that we want to do is called Highly Favored. Say highly favored. Wow, highly favored. And so it says, si maringo. Ebu ringa kidogo. Si maringo. Maringo, maringo, maringo. Bado, DJ, bado. Pull. I see maringo, but I know I'm highly favored. I'll do it without the mic, okay? So we'll do it with the DJ. So first we're going to play the instrument with the instrumentalist. We're going to do beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep. Okay? Listen to the song. Here it is. Nini wa Africa. You can be able to do it. I know. How do you show Africans can dance? Hiya, DJ Wiwa. Let's give it to me. Are you ready? Twende. DJ Wiwa is at the back there. You can meet her and check her out. She is Kirinjaga's finest DJ, coming all the way to Gong from Kirinjaga. Thank you, our home audience. As you're watching us, you can start. Twende. Hey. Everybody go. Hiya. I love this video. Again. Tell Are you ready? Turn it. Ringo,
but I know I'm highly favored. Yeah. See my ringo. but I know I'm highly, highly favored.
I hope you believe it. You believe it?
In my coming going out, I'm so blessed. We need a shout. Yes, so many blessed. Look around. Now salute, come and scout. Yes, in my coming in and going out, I'm in his around.
You're looking very nice.
It has some book out and about. I'm figure things out. I'm dead, no they chill. I think it's what it I feel. In a kafunga kama chill. Sorry kama baby. I need me down a favor. Maisha yangu ina favor. Yesu wangu amekita.
Are you ready for the dance?
I'm so blessed.
I'm so blessed.
Sima ringo. But I know I'm highly, highly favored. Sima ringo. But I know I'm highly, highly favored.
I should have a dance over here somewhere here. And this is a dance song.
That's my name. Tunaleta shoka mlipuko, shetani tumempiga mjudo. I'm there for the chill. Inakafunga kama chill. Nzuri kama baby. Nimejawa na favor. Maisha yangu ina flavor. Yesu wangu amekita.
I'm so blessed.
Sima ringo. But I know I'm highly, highly favored. Yeah. Sima ringo.
You know you're highly favored.
I'm highly.
You know you're highly favored. Oh, listen, you know. Yay! You can have your seat. Let's clap for our assistant dancer over there. What's your name? Nikita. How do you say Nikita? You have to spell the whole thing. Okay. Should I have a sign? Do you have a sign name, Nikita? Oh. Okay, that's her sign name. Okay, awesome. So for those who've just come in, karibuni sana. I got a sign name today. Kai. Yangu ni? K. Who's punishing me? How will you punish me? What's my punishment?
Yes, you're down.
Today, okay, sawa. I will receive a punishment. Whichever song, pick the song, I'll dance it. But for now, I've remembered K. So that's my name. I'm Carrie. Thank you so much for coming. We're about to get into the wonder session. We have many of our panelists who have arrived. I'm waiting for a brief from Nancy. Nancy, if you could start something. And then that's what we are watching on TV. For those who are watching us, please go to our YouTube and share this link. Do you want your family to see that we are doing this? Go to YouTube right now. The account is called PichaClear Films. Go to PichaClear Films. PichaClear Films on YouTube. And then share. So tell people, hapa ndio niko. This is where I am at. And after we've told them, tell us to zoom at you with our cameras so that they can know that you're actually there. Sindio? And then can we reduce the volume of this TV? Okay, so thank you. All the questions are now projected. Those are your questions. Nancy, if you could start making your way here. Nancy, if you could start making your way here. Nancy, okay, awesome. She's making her way here. Your questions are projected on the screen, but I want you to share. Please share. I can also see the presence of Hope TV in the building. Alice Diana, thank you so much for coming. Let's clap. That's a very good organization, Hope TV. It's the only station where you look and live. I know we have other media people who have come in. If you could wave at me also so that I can acknowledge you. Thank you so much for being here and for making it known that hashtag there is a way. And indeed, there is a way for everybody to be accommodated in the society, to be loved, to be understood, to be heard, to be amazing. Yes. Awesome. So even as we do that, our home audience, I know you're wondering what we are whispering. I was telling her I love her so much and God bless her. That's what I was telling her. Awesome. So hashtag, if you're going to tweet, if you're going to share a photo, use the hashtag there is a way, because we believe that there is a way. Sindio, share that video, the YouTube video, so that everyone can know that we're here. We're going to start a panel session, not with all the panelists, but with the few panelists that we already have. And as the others join us, we're going to go to them so that we don't waste any time, and we want to honor those who came early. Sindio, so we give everyone value. So that's what we're going to do. And then all the kids, where are the kids? All the kids, we put some coloring stuff for you. Please come with me, kids. Come with me. All the kids, follow Auntie Carrie. We want you to sit at the coloring station. We want you to start coloring. We want you to do that. So come. All of you. All the kiddos, come. Right there, pick a station. Sit down, sleep. Color, share. There are so many inside. All the kiddos, any other kiddos, even me, I'm going there. Because I'm a child. My mother is here. I am her child. So even me, I'm going to color. Don't be embarrassed if you're a child at heart. Okay, sawa. So I'll welcome Nancy at this moment to kickstart with who we have. And then we'll continue filling up the panel and continue as we go. Karibu sana, Nancy.
Thank you, Kerry. Let's give a hand to Kerry. Thank you so much. Let's clap for Kerry for a job well done. Yeah, my name is Nancy Minor. I work with Lugha Ishara, and it's a great honor to have you guys. Yeah, Judy's forgetting my sign name, yeah? Yeah, so if you don't have a sign name, please let us know. Then later we'll give you a sign name, or rather deaf people will give you a sign name. Yeah, so it's an honor to have you come here. We made an invitation and you came, so thank you so much. And we are here because of all of you. We are here to look for answers. We are here to find a way. We are saying there is a way. Yeah? So there are older parents who have gone ahead of the, have been in the journey, and then there are also newer parents. So we are coming here together so that we can encourage each other. So the older parents will be speaking into that, and then we hope that they should I call them younger? Yeah, younger parents will find hope and inspiration and answers today. Yeah, so to do that, we have a team that's going to answer your questions. So we'll answer the questions that I have here and the ones on the, what's this thing called? The Menti on the screen. And then as we wait for the audiologist and Professor Ndurumo, then we can go into further questions later on. Is that okay? Is that okay? If it's okay, do your feet like this. Do your feet like this, Baba Steph. Sawa. So I'll invite Mrs. Edith Bayer. She's an AVT specialist. There she is. Karibu sana. Please have a seat at the front. I'll also invite Catherine Wanjiko. Catherine Wanjiko, a panelist with us. I can see her somewhere far off here. Then the other panelist, I can see her just Mrs. Ruth Kinywa as a panelist. Please come. Mrs. Ruth Kinywa as a panelist. I don't know whether Dr. Matthew is here. Oh yes, karibu sana. Karibu, yeah, so Dr. Matthew Karibu from Kenyatta University.
She's also a master's student in speech and pathology.
Okay, sorry. Okay, cool. This is Mrs. Ruth Kenywa. As what I'd mentioned that we have older parents and we have newer parents, yeah? So I'm not saying, let me not go there, yeah? We're all 16 turning 17, yeah? So Mrs. Ruth Kenywa will represent the parents who have been in the journey before, and Catherine Wanjiko will represent the parents who are new in the journey, yeah? And then we'll have Grace Ngendo from Kenyatta University. Grace Ngendo, karibu to the panel. Great. Yeah, karibuni sana. The ladies will come later. Mama will come later. And the other lady can get the mic. Yeah, she's coming. Okay, so we're just sorting the mics. Once we get the mic, we'll get started. Oh my goodness. I think Carrie was hiding the mic because since it's red, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Great, yeah. So we later have an audiologist and Professor Ndurumo who will directly answer questions around education and skills and employability. Great, yeah, karibuni sana. So basically, we believe that there are different solutions for hearing loss. So that there are three ways. The first way is aided hearing, where children are taught how to hear and then speak. So where a child gets a cochlear implant or a hearing aid. Then the other solution is sign language intervention, where children actually sign. Then the other intervention is both, where you combine signing and hearing and speaking, yeah? And so the theme for this luncheon is mainly AVT, auditory verbal therapy, which is a child gets to hear and speak, yeah? So I could start from there. One of the questions was, what is AVT? What is auditory verbal therapy? And I would ask Mrs. Edith Bayer to take that question.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Edith Bayer. My voice is low because I have had a sore throat problem, but I hope you hear me. I am an auditory verbal therapist or auditory verbal teacher. Auditory verbal is a training whereby you train the hearing impaired child or the child with hearing loss to use spoken language as their communication. So auditory verbal is just like teaching your children to listen and speak in a natural environment. It emphasizes mostly you teach your children in a natural environment whereby you include activities that are commonly done in the families. So we are in partnership with the parents, the child, and the professional who is an auditory verbal teacher like me. So this program continues from school, auditory verbal school, to home, to the families where the auditory verbal child comes from. We encourage parents, or we guide them to be teachers or auditory verbal teachers at home, so that the program can continue from home to school by the child and the parent who lives with the child with more hours than the hours used in school with the auditory verbal therapist and the child. So today is the day that we have decided to say that auditory verbal program is alive in Kenya. It is very much active in Kenya, but it is for the parents to choose where to take their children, because in Kenya we have two major programs. Sign language program dominates all the other program of the hearing impaired children. So we'll find most of the children who have hearing loss are in sign language school, which is okay, because we want them to learn and fit in our society, just like any other child. So we wanted to make people aware that these two programs are available anytime you want, according to your own interest. These two programs are very much there in Kenya. We have some of the children who have graduated from our program, and they are here with us. Those who discontinued from auditory verbal program, they are in sign language program, but unfortunately, they have to follow what the schools are offering. It is not the choice of the parent or of the child, but our policy of education in Kenya, which registered as sign language in Kenya as a language to be learned in school, and nowadays it is inclusive. In the family also, we have the teacher who is a parent is in an inclusive environment, because among the people living in the family, I think it is only one who is not speaking.
Yeah, Mrs. Boyer, if you allow me.
Yes.
Yeah, so that we can give more opportunities to the rest of the team, yeah? So I want us to follow some questions, and then we'll come into the home setup, into the school setup, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So kindly, yeah. Thank you. So thank you, Mrs. Bayer, for explaining that the auditory verbal program means that the child is able to hear and listen, and it's been in existence in Kenya for a long time. And there are also children who have gone through Mrs. Bayer's hands and are able to hear and speak because they use aided hearing. And I want to let's unpack this further. What does this mean? How do you get someone who has received a diagnosis from a doctor that they have a hearing loss? Then there's technology that reverses that or improves the hearing of a child. Yeah. So I'd like to ask Kate or Mrs. Kenya, whoever would want to take that question around, tell us the lived experience. What does it mean? How does it work anyway? How does a child who has a hearing loss get to hear and speak? Does it really happen? Yeah. Some camera people giving us some better directions because of the shoot. Yeah.
With the AVT, or auditory verbal therapist, it works. And I say this I have experienced. I didn't know anything else, or we didn't choose the signing way. Immediately, Andrew was diagnosed with hearing loss. We fitted him with hearing aids, and we went straight to a school, that is Mrs. Bayer, and she taught him what to do with the sound. I always ask a person, how do you know that is a bell ringing? Or how do you know there's an aeroplane over your head and that is an aeroplane? How do you know when a car is hooting? It sounds like it's a normal thing for the normal hearing, how we grew up. But for a hard of hearing, or somebody who delayed in hearing, they don't know at all. They don't know what is a sound. So for Mrs. Bayer, she taught Andrew, what do you do with the sound? What is that you're hearing? Is it a bird? Is it a car? Is it an aeroplane? Is it somebody clapping? And that's what auditory verbal does. It's here with the hearing aids, or the gadget you have put, cochlear or the hearing aid, and verbalize, where you hear your vocal cords. And that's why you see so many people, or so many deaf people, they don't have a sound because they didn't exercise their vocal cords. So that's what auditory verbal does. It's audio and verbalize.
Thank you, Mrs. Kenya. You make it sound so simple, where you say, so there's a sound, but then the sound is not related to something. So the therapist helps you to relate this sound is the sound of a bell. But then, how do I speak? And maybe, yeah, you could take that, and then I can come back to Catherine as well.
Yes, there's the sounds. Okay, when we go to nursery, there's the sounds we are taught. Baku. I don't know. I don't want to be emotional, but there's a way God created us. A sight, a smell, the senses we have. But now, this one child does not have a sense of hearing. So you have to sensitize that hearing with the gadgets given. It's just even like my glasses. So with the sound you hear, you need to verbalize it and say it's, or it's, how do I say it? It's a boy. And the child has to say after the therapist what that sound is. It is not easy, Nancy. It's not automatic. But with repetition of the sound, that's how Andrew came to speak. Because I can only talk about my own child. It was a lot of work at home. It was a lot of repetition. At one time, he had only one word, and we kept on putting a book and writing down how many words he says in a day. And it was 2 words, it was 3 words, until we couldn't write anymore. So it is a progressive. The other day, Mrs. Bayer told me, even when you're putting when the mother's breastfeeding, there's what they talk to the child, and that child listens. And that's how the child gains a lot of language. It's the hearing. And then they start speaking. Now with the delay, the vocal cords, of course, are delayed. The tongue is a bit heavy, but they talk. Andrew will speak to you soon, so you'll see. He will not be an excellent speaker, but he can communicate with language.
Yeah. Thank you so much for clarifying that. And this is related to a question by a parent who said, my child has a hearing aid, but it's not working. Yeah. So maybe, Catherine, you could go into that based on your journey with Amari. How long did it take you? So, so Amari has a cochlear implant, and Andrew has a hearing aid. So those are different gadgets. And we'll also get into the question of where can I get a hearing aid? Where are cochlear implants?
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine Wanjiko. I am a mother to a 9-year-old deaf boy. He wears a cochlear implant. He got fitted with a cochlear implant when he was 4. He's not here today. He's up country, so you'll have to bear with me on that. So the way I'll explain it, I'll first start with what was told to me by an audiologist. And maybe it relates to one of the questions where Nancy was asking, how does that person get to speak, or why is my child not speaking? So a little background that an audiologist explained to me in simple language. She said that corruption is everywhere. So there are parts of the brain that are responsible for hearing, for different things in the body. And so whenever a part of that brain is not active, so for example, in a deaf child who is not stimulated by sound, then that part is then taken over by the visual parts. So the different cortexes in the brain. So that's why she was trying to explain that that's why we talk about doing it early, and the more you delay, the more the part responsible for your child developing speech is taken over by the visual function. So that was one of the ways she was trying to explain. So Nancy, please repeat the question.
Yeah, so the question was around your experience for Amari to be able to speak, and then where can people get cochlear implants, and a hearing aid, and maybe explain the difference. Yeah, though the audiologist will come, and they'll be able to give the medical explanation on it.
Yeah, so I forgot to mention, Amari's hearing loss is severe to profound. I'm sure parents here are able to understand when I say severe to profound, meaning that he's at the very tail end of the hearing spectrum. So the only thing he can hear without being aided is probably a jet. You know when there is Madaraka Day celebrations and the jets are passing, the very loud ones. So those are the only ones he'll hear, and maybe he'll not even be able to localize the sound and look up, because as Mrs. Kinyo is saying, when you hear the sound, you don't know what it makes. And it's from providing context that a child is able to relate that what I am hearing is this. So those are the only sounds he can hear. So once we got the diagnosis, we got it when he was around 2. It was quite a shock, as I'll imagine most of you. There was no deafness in the family. Yeah, so in fact, when we first got diagnosed, I thought it was autism, because for me, I didn't know there were other deaf people. He was the first deaf child or person I had met. So we got fitted with hearing aids. We got 2 sets. The first set didn't work. I believe it was prescribed. It was for somebody with less, who had more hearing, because like I've said, he's severe to profound, but I think the hearing aid I was sold was for maybe mild or moderate, so that didn't work. And it was also a stipulation at that time from the medical fraternity that your child has to first be fitted with hearing aids, and for them not to work, then you're fitted with a cochlear implant. So that was one of the criteria. So then we got another one. And at least this time, I would say the practitioner was honest. They told us, and they were really good hearing aids. We got the Phonak ones. I'm sure you're familiar when I say Phonak is like it's like the Mercedes of hearing aids. So it's a really good hearing aid. But the practitioner told us this will only give your child access to sound and not speech. So that meant, because of his degree of hearing loss, again, I said he was at the very tail end of the spectrum, because the spectrum measures up to 120 decibels. I hope I'm not being very technical. And Amari is at 110. When his best ear hears at 100. So you can see how far, how much he's at the tail end of the spectrum. So the hearing aids we got were for severe to profound, but then still the practitioner gave us a disclaimer and said, even with these ones, you'll only get access to sound. So he'll now be able to probably hear the microwave beeping, a knock on the door, but still no speech, because there's the level of hearing where speech happens, which is maybe at around 10, 20, 30 decibels that I spoke about, and Amari is at 110 in his best ear. And then the practitioner told me they'll probably get him to 30, 40, 50. So you see that he's still not gotten to where the speech happens. So that's when I did a fundraising, because the medical cover I had could not cover cochlear implants or the surgery. After the fundraising, I didn't raise enough. And so I went to a page called Alexander Graham Bell, and they have a list of financial aid. So they have a long list of charitable organizations that can help people all over the world to get different support or interventions if your child is deaf. So I'll go through each organization, find the criteria, and if I fit the criteria, then I'll apply. And that's where I found an organization that told me they'll be able to pay for my device if I am able to go where they were located. And that's how I wound up getting the cochlear implant. So he got one on one side, even though he's bilaterally deaf, meaning that he's deaf on both ears. So what happens when you get it? It means your child is, maybe for parents, they understand milestones. Milestones are the things your child should have achieved at a certain level. So at 0 to 6 months, maybe they should be holding their neck up, or I don't know, I forgot. And those are within the different months. So they move progressively through a child's life. And those are for gross motor, walking, all of those skills, and it's the same for speech. So once your child is fitted, I said my child was fitted at 4. When he's fitted, the day it's switched on, he's at 0 years in terms of speech and hearing. So that's where you start. You start by teaching him what Mrs. Mbaya and Mrs. Kenyo are talking about. So it's a lot of talking in the first place. First, they learn how to listen and to learn what they're hearing. So you'll do a lot of repetition. After repetition, you'll go to giving context. That when I say stop, I mean whatever you are doing comes to an end. So if you continue teaching your child without providing context, that's why we are talking about the games, then your child will know many words but cannot use them in everyday talking. So they'll just know many words. So you develop the speech gradually up to the time he catches up, and that's where AVT comes in. So you're taught how to work with your child at home. It's a whole family affair. So he still hasn't caught up because ideally he should get it earlier, but he's trying. So now he's able to communicate and he's able to attend a normal school. And I think for those who have met him, his communication is not so bad. So he's still, we're still working on it 5 years later. So it's not an easy journey.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine, for sharing that. I didn't want to stop you. I felt like there was a progression around the journey into detail. And I want to pick up from where you said that first your child was fitter. I mean, they got a hearing aid first. It didn't work. Then you needed to understand the degrees of hearing loss and to a cochlear implant. And this is to Dr. Matthew. Unpack to us, in terms of using technology, the hearing aids, the cochlear implant, in relation now to language acquisition. What does that look like?
Okay, thank you, Nancy. And technology, assistive device, and language acquisition. Let me go back first to what the word she has used, language acquisition, because there are 3 words in language. There's language acquisition, there's language development, and there's language learning. Those 3 terms are very vital, and she has said about the milestone, or what the theoretical background on the first day, when a child, actually even before the child is born, is able to get, cognize some sounds in the womb. But when the child is born, that's the first time the acquisition starts. There are different theories that will explain environmental, biological, nativist, that are going to explain what happened in language development. So in the language development, that's where acquisition is. And we say that everybody has that chance and that innate ability to acquire language. And speech is part of language, because speech is verbal communication, which is part of language. So if everyone has that ability to acquire that language, what happened to a point that now when you're coming to order verbal, we're talking about not acquisition, but language learning. Now, when a child is born and in hospital, the first thing that the child, remember the child does not have speech, but have language. Because the child is able to look at the stimuli in the environment, that environment. So, and you have had mothers saying that when the child go home like 2-3 days after, they are not able to sleep because the lights are off. Because they're able to recognize what is in the environment. They're able to discriminate sounds. And the 3 aspects of sound awareness discrimination and comprehension. That's why the mother is very important, or those significant others. So this child, in Kenya, we are a bit behind because we don't have what we call early identification. You know, we have eye screening in many of the other first world countries. Here is the time this kind of program is coming in, so that you don't have to wait unlike her until age 2 and say, oh, my child is autistic. You know, that's the first thing. But the others are able to know from the very first days, the child has the hearing ability, so are they able to acquire sound. Now, so this milestone, like 0 to 3 years, by that time is able to recognize sound of music, sound of the mother, when the door is open, and then they change the gaze to where the sound signal is coming from. Those are the initial sound, even before they make their first, what we call cooing, and then babbling, then motherese, then one word. Those are the milestones we're talking about. So, I'm supposed to connect this language acquisition, which I've said in the process of development, and now to the assistive device. Depending with when you know that the child has some difficulties. Remember, these children visit Well Baby Clinic very early. They will go there for vaccination. They go there for nutrition. But so bad that they are not usually screened for hearing. There's no speech therapist. They are not screened for normal, typical language development. That's where the problem comes in. So by the time the parents are realizing this, it is too late, and the child has moved. Actually, this time they want to take them to kindergartens. That's the time they get concerned. And at the time, the issue of assistive device, you have to go and get a diagnosis from ENT, from a neurologist, and then the choice, depending with the severity, that assistive device comes in. One is hearing aids. And there are many providers of hearing aids. But remember, I can see, for example, Nancy is putting on specs. But when you look at her like that, the way she is, it look normal, it look fancy, it look cute, and people do it for different reasons. But when a child or somebody is wearing a hearing aid or a cochlear implant because there's a speech processor, people look at it as if it's something, an object that is foreign, or you have a problem. I've been working with, partnering with, for training parents and for Rumble with Starkey hearing technology, and we have had a big problem when they wear hearing aid. Some of them, because they are donated or they are refurbished, they are not their color. They are maybe white, and they are the dark color, and they see that people are seeing their hearing aids looking a bit odd, and they're not proud to have them. So when you come to hearing aid now and language acquisition, it has to be done at the right time. And even when it's done at the right time, there's a process of training, speech training. And that's where the problem is. When the cochlear implant is done, remember the cochlear implant is expensive, and until recent time, people used to go to India to have cochlear implant done. You spend 3 million, 5 million to have a cochlear implant done. But for me, that is only 2% of the work done. That's not the full work. Rehabilitation of that person, because as you said, you get to 0 age of hearing. You have to come back when you get hearing aid, or you get a cochlear implant, and you start the journey of language training, of acquiring from 0. That's why acquisition and language training, the technology or assistive device, whereas whether it's a cochlear implant or whether it's a hearing aid, it's only one part of the success. The bigger part is learning to speak. So that's where the disjoint is. So even when you have a cochlear implant, that is not the success story. the journey is what is more expensive in terms of time, in terms of money, is not the 3 million you spared to have a cochlear fitted, but to have this person trained. And let just 30 seconds on this, because the connection, there's a triage on how the whole thing works. The brain, we have at the top, maybe you can say, is where the brain is. We have auditory, acoustic, and articulatory triage. From when you listen to me, from my articulation, it comes to you through the signal that is coming. If you can hear, there is the auditory feedback, acoustic. And then when you get to your ear, you interpret it using your brain through the hearing. Then you can respond to me acoustically. So that circle is very important. So once you have the cochlear implant fitted, and then the impulses are there, then you need the acoustic signal. And you discriminate it, you are aware of it, and you comprehend, so that you can know this is a motorbike and this is a car when you hear the sound. And you can be able to move out of the way. So that's where it is. Thank you.
Wow, wow. Did you hear some science there? On language acquisition and language learning, yeah? It's very interesting that a child already has language without speech. Like when he described, they can see the lights are on, what have you. And I think sometimes we get lost in thinking language is speech, you know, whereas it's comprehensive, it's holistic, yeah? And then later we'll have a speech therapist who will be able now to differentiate what AVT is and speech therapy, yeah? So she'll come in online. I'll be guided when she is on, yeah? So, and you also mentioned that it's quite some journey, that technology, yes, is great, but then there's a longer journey because a child starts at 0 age of hearing. So maybe a child is 3 years chronologically, but then now their hearing age is at 0. So what are these spaces that are available? One of the questions here by one of the parents is, where can we get motivation in bringing up our children? Ngendo, would you want to take that?
Hello and good morning. The question is?
So Dr. Matthews said technology is great.
Yeah.
It can facilitate language acquisition and learning. Mm-hmm. However, he said the real journey is when the technology is there and then the child now has to acquire language, which I think Ruth and Kate alluded to. So one parent is wondering, where can I get motivation as a parent to bring up my child? How can I accept my child who is different?
Okay. When it comes to hearing, as Dr. said, that a child has language right from birth, and maybe when you see a child walking around and they hold your hand, they take you to the fridge, they want something, it means that they have language, but they don't have words to express what they want. That's why we think that children have language and they might not have speech. So right from when they are intervened with hearing aids or cochlear implant, according to maybe what the audiologist advises, now the child gets to a point of hearing some sounds, and there it's that age whereby they need a lot of interaction with the people in the family and also the friends, and also they work with therapists because now the brain is now able to recognize some sounds. Okay, the brain plays a lot of importance when it comes to hearing and comprehension. I don't know, there's someone who mentioned about there's a part of brain that needs stimulation. And that part of the brain is the primary auditory cortex. While when you receive the sounds from the environment, maybe
considering you have the hearing aid and you have the cochlear implant. So you're able to pick some sounds from the environment. Once it gets to your brain, that area has to be stimulated for it to receive the sounds that you're hearing from the environment. And now the brain the signals are sent to the area that is responsible for comprehension, for you to understand this is the sound that I've heard. For example, ah. So the brain gets to recognize and comprehend that's ah. And then the process continues in the brain, and maybe the parts that are responsible for speech production, they are activated and the signals are sent back to the articulators, where you're able now to produce the same sound ah as you have received, comprehended, and now you're giving feedback using your articulators, right? So we're talking about therapy. So during learning these sounds, you need your family to be aware about what you really need to know. For example, a parent said that from the moment that the children got the cochlear implant, they were at 0. So they really need to learn language from there. So they need sounds. From sounds, they go to syllables. From syllables, they go to words. And they will be able now to acquire full sentences, and they'll be able now to express what they really need using speech. So that's where now you need the therapy, the speech language therapist, whereby they do a lot of stimulation in terms of speech, and they work hand in hand with the parents and the siblings. Whatever is done at the clinic is very little, and the parents and the siblings need to understand what is done at the clinic so that they can practice at home. And remember, children learn through repetition. You cannot teach maybe sounds today and expect that the children will understand. The same works for the teacher. The teacher has to repeat and repeat until this child is able to recognize this is ah, this is bo, this is ko. Are we together? So the parents, they have to be really dedicated, and also the siblings have to be aware of what is going on, so that maybe they don't give up on this child in whatever if you talk to your child and this child can't understand, and whatever you're trying to express to them, they can't really seem to understand. You need to have a lot of patience, Remember, it's not a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. So we need a lot of patience, and from there we work from one step to the other, having it in mind that we are working for the betterment of the child. So once you get your child and maybe the interventions have been put there, you have first to accept this is where we are at, and these are the intervention measures that we have received from our therapists, we have received from maybe whoever you're working with, and from there you'll be able now to put into place whatever is done at the clinic, whatever is done at school, at home. And the only thing you can help, or the only way you can help your child, is first accepting. Once you accept the situation, now you're able now to get beat to beat. You are able now to take through your child through all the steps, and I know you're going to help the child. So don't rush through the child to acquire what you want them to acquire, the adult speech. Yet remember, you've only done the interventions whereby you have the cochlear implants and you have the hearing aid. You have to take through this child the steps that are needed for language development. I don't know if I've answered that. Yeah, thank you, Ngendo, for going into detail around the language development cycle and important point around family, that language acquisition and language development for the deaf child is not just for the deaf child, it's a family-centered space, yeah? So I want to acknowledge the two panelists that have come in, and then after that we'll take a short break. Then we'll go mostly into some audiology-related questions. And I'm sure you're seeing the interpreter behind us, yeah? So he's moving when, if I speak, he comes here, yeah? So we'll also get to understand what about the sign language intervention, you know? And then we'll also go into more questions into the speech, the difference between AVT and speech therapy, yeah? And maybe I'll give a chance now to all of us. I know we have been speaking a lot. Tumewambia vitu nyingi. So it would be nice to hear from anyone with a burning question, a wonder, before we take a break. Okay. From the MC? Okay, okay. Okay.
Thank you. And as we do that, we're almost getting into a transition break. 2, 3, 4. Is this mic on? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ni user problems, labda. Okay, I have a lady there. Maybe she wants to ask one. A burning one, yes. And she's not shy of being on camera. You can put her on.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
God is good. Yes, I'm very excited with this program, and I'm so happy to hear, the sharing from the panelists. I have just three quick questions, and anyone can answer. And I'm asking this on behalf of parents. One is I'm asking where would you guide the parents with children that have maybe different kind of challenges? Is there a formal kind of registration where they can go to seek any support in regards with the hearing problems? And then secondly, for parents who do not know the sign language, and especially those parents with children beyond 3 years of age, how can you guide them or help them to be able to communicate with these young children who already are not able to speak, so that then the mother or the parent-child communication is available? And then lastly, what would you recommend for parents? What gadgets can they buy for their small children to play with, just to keep them busy as the parents are doing other activities? Thank you so much.
Let's give her a hand. It takes confidence to ask questions. Let's wait. Yes, that's how we are saying. We are clapping like this. Yes. Yes. That's good. Or we pick one more? Any burning question from this side? Okay, one more. We answer that, then we pick one more. Okay. Oh, you said we answer first.
Okay, let's pick the questions, and then you can pick the one you feel comfortable to answer.
And please introduce yourself also.
I don't know whether it's morning or afternoon. Hello. My name is Elizabeth. I wanted to ask, for those parents who are taking their children through AVT, do you have support groups, parents to parents support groups for motivation? Thank you.
Do we have support groups? Awesome. I think Ms. Kim wants to handle some of it.
For the AVT, this is a program which has been running for a long time. My child now is 26 years old.
What?
We only knew he was deaf when he was 2.5. So it's a program which has been there for long. And Mrs. Bayer is the one who started. She's the one who came from Nairobi Hospital. She'll give her story. But the support group is there. We have quite a number of parents here who are on AVT. And that's the reason why we invited the Lugha Ishara to come and see the AVT support group, and see what AVT can do for their own children. So we are here for two purposes. Get the support group and get to know that there is AVT and your children can talk or they can acquire language, as Professor has said, through the intervention of speech therapy and audio verbal therapist, and also acquiring the hearing aids or the cochlear implant. So that everything is possible, and we are here to encourage, we are here to support. So I don't know if I've answered the question.
Her question, and one of the first questions the first lady asked around if there's space for support.
Yes, there is. That's why we are here. We are here to support, and we're here to say that it's a very hard, it's not an easy journey. I always say it's gliding against the tide, if you understand that. It's a wave, you're going this way, but you're telling your child, no, you're not going the Lugha Ishara, it is not going to sign, you're going to talk. So for Andrew, for my son, and I say on behalf of my son, it wasn't easy. I'm not telling you it's easy. It is, you walk every day with him. As you have had, the home-based support is the best. It's the children or the siblings, it's the parents, and it's the entire family, the aunties. Everyone has to know. One thing which we did and which we were able to acquire is we never had or we never labeled Andrew as deaf in the family. In fact, people used to tell me deaf. That's a foreign language to me. I used to treat him like any other child. Gakenya was not born, my last born was not born, but for the older sister, we never told him that you're deaf. We talked to him as a normal child, and that's how he acquired more of the hearing language.
Thank you, Mrs. Ruth. Ms. Catherine, do you want to take the question on parents wishing to learn sign language, whereas their children are using aided hearing?
Thank you for that. And so let me address that. So I didn't say the approach I was using. Nancy's introduction started with saying there are different interventions for children who are deaf. And so even though my son is aided, he uses a cochlear implant, I have always wanted him to use total communication. That means where he uses amplified hearing, the device, and also to sign. So I'll use my experience, my personal experience on what I went through. As Mrs. Kenywa is saying, it's not easy. And even though you're to choose sign language, if your child is language deprived, any language, you'll still have to start at zero, even with the signing, all that. So I chose total communication because of issues with, not issues, but because of deaf culture. I don't want to go into that right now, but I wanted him to be what they call bilingual, bicultural, and so that's why I chose for him to get the cochlear implant and for him to continue to sign. Because unfortunately the world is, a hearing world, and there's that privilege that comes with being hearing. I don't know how many of us have gone to events where you have an interpreter. Very few events. It's usually something people think of in hindsight or are not very interested in, but so I wanted him to be able to experience both worlds. Then, like I said, he got it late. The ideal age is below the age of 2, and my son was 4. So he's still struggling with language even today. His articulation is not very clear. So I wanted him to have sign language that he can use to express himself. And of course, I know there's the question then, I don't know, Nancy will allow me to just dig into that. Then there's the question where you've heard then sign language will interfere with his speech, or if he takes a sign language, then his speech won't develop. And I want to say, when practitioners tell you that, they mean well, because it's really, really difficult to take both approaches at the same time. You've heard Mrs. Kenya say at home, you're working. And remember, maybe you're not, that's not the only child you have. So you are working, you're a wife, you're a mother, you have other children, and so you work every day listening for his for that one word he said. Then now you add sign language. So you have to go and be taught how to do AVT. So say, for example, you're attending AVT sessions with Mrs. Mbaya. So that's time away from your schedule. So I'm imagining maybe you're working, you're a teacher, you have to take leave. Then you don't know sign language, so you have to go somewhere else. Unfortunately, we don't have all under one roof solutions. You have to go somewhere else and do sign language. As one part, it's just you. You'll be drained, you'll be overwhelmed, and you'll not do either very well. And so you'll not be helping your child. And I believe, I want to believe that's why practitioners advise us to choose one pathway. But I chose both pathways because if I had known any better, as I was looking for the funds to get the cochlear implant, I'd have started with sign language so that he's able to express himself. And then I continue to seek the intervention that I want. But now that didn't happen, but it's better late than never. So then once he got the cochlear implant and we settled into a speech therapy, the auditory verbal therapy process and a routine and a schedule, then I felt as Catherine, as the mother, I have enough resources. And resources is not just money, even time, even your capacity in your head to be able to learn, and even that acceptance. Then I decided now I can pursue sign language. And so now we do both at Lugha Ishara, and we still continue. I still use a lot of the lessons that I learned in AVT to continue. So I mix both, and in fact, he has started he's picked up sign language faster than he picked up speech, because I had speech to back up the sign language. Do you get? So if you do sign language, I know maybe the science might disagree with me, but my lived experience is, as you wait, it's better to do something than to do nothing, and then it works to compound the language development, because we said language is language.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. I want us to take a break. We'll come back. We'll have a panel session too, the same panelist, yeah? Is that okay, Dr. Matthew? Yeah. So I want to introduce Professor Ndurumo, Professor Michael Ndurumo. He's a professor from the University of Nairobi, a psychologist. He is deaf, and he'll be joining us on the panel. Yeah, let's appreciate Professor Ndurumo. Yeah. And then Helen Otunga. She's an audiologist who has practiced for many years, also including abroad as well. Yeah, so she'll be picking up some of the questions around the medical space, yeah? So we'll take a break, then we'll come back. We'll pick it up from there, Dr. Matthew, yeah? So thank you for sharing that indeed there's one pathway, hear and speak, and then you can also be bilingual, yeah? Okay, I've been told that speech therapists will also be around for the next session. Yeah, so over to you, Kerry.
Thank you. Let's give them a hand. Has that been beneficial? Has it been beneficial to you? Thank you so much. I just want to recognize our home audience. Please comment on the page that you're watching us from. Let us know if this is beneficial to you. Let us know if you are learning something, and if you have any questions. This is a beautiful and a free space. So I want to give the children permission to go to Bouncing Castle. Only 15 minutes, children. 15 minutes on Bouncing Castle. Go and bounce your heart out. Go and shout. We'll give you some time to do that. Meanwhile, I want to welcome Tata Sheila, who will also come with a few kids who want to sing sign. Who wants to, is it sing sign? Is that a word? Sign sing. Who wants to sing sign in song language? It's kuna some Tamu food. So get ready. That is what you get at base camp. So what are you teaching us? Oh, I am going to sing. Okay.
So, hello everyone. Yes, like I said to those who had not introduced myself to, I'm Tata Sheila. You can call me Tata Sheila, and I'm very excited to be here. So, we're going to do, we've been doing a lot of talking, now we'll do some signing, right? We'll do some signing. And we're going to sing a very simple song, a song that most of you know. My dear friend here, Poi, is going to lead us in that song, and then we will sign together. Yes? Okay, let's go.
I know you've heard Mrs. Kenya and now Tata Sheila call me Poi. Do not try this at home. My name is Kerry Kagiri. Okay, Kerry Kagiri. You have it on camera, unfortunately, Hope TV. Oh no. Okay, let's go. She's calling someone here to come. Is it Keith or who's coming? Okay, come kiddos. Some kiddos are coming. Awesome. Yeah, my gentlemen. Come in, come. Aya, hurry. Okay, they're all here. Okay. So you'll do it with Tata Sheila and I will be singing and you will be signing. Aya, let's go. Okay. Let's go. Jesus' love is very, very wonderful. Jesus' love is very, very wonderful. Jesus' love is very, very wonderful. Oh, wonderful love. Hey! Jesus' love is very, very wonderful. Jesus' love is very, very wonderful. Jesus' love is very, very wonderful. Oh, wonderful love. Hey, the next part. Okay. Jesus. Why is it that? Because of the cross. Love. I love you. Is. Very, very. Okay. Okay. No, wait. Are we not doing so high that you can't get up? We have to do that part. We have to do that part. Okay. Yes. Or later. Boo.
All right, let's go.
Jesus' love is very, very wonderful. Jesus' love is very, very wonderful. Jesus' love is very, very wonderful. Oh, wonderful love. Yay! Good job. Awesome. So if I say I'm very, very happy, how do I say that? Very, very happy. Hey, sawa. I'll send my boss one day and say I'm very, very late. Yo, inafanywa aje? Very, very late. Unaonesha aje? Late. Ndamtumia video. Mwambie, I cannot talk right now. Okay. So let's welcome Professor who's joining us now. Let's welcome Professor who's joining us now. Thank you so much. It's so exciting to hear the accolades of this gentleman. Let's give him a hand, tafadhali. Being able to achieve so much. I hear he's only about, can I say, everyone ask him if I can say his age. Where is she? Oh, here. So tell him we really appreciate that he's here. Awesome. And can I say your age? He's 17. Okay, let's continue. It's your time now.
Yeah, we are all 16. Yeah, I'm told there's an age you get. Everyone is 16, turning 17, yeah? So it's a safe space to be, yeah? Or with some years of experience. Great. Yeah, so thank you so much, Professor Ndurumo and Miss Helen for joining us. And also Lona Muthamia, she's here with us virtually. She's a speech therapist here. So the panel is getting better, yeah? So we have parents with lived experiences. We have Mrs. Edith Bayan, AVT specialist, and we have Dr. Matthew and Ngendo, who are speech specialists as well. And then Professor Ndurumo, I think him just being here, you know, is evidence that no one is limited, yeah? No one is limited, and we also now have Helen, who is a medic, and she'll be able to answer some of the questions. Before you came, we were wondering, where do we get cochlear implants? We're hearing aids, yeah, and so we could go into that. When does a child wear this? You know, how do you know what works, yeah? So I know, Dr. Matthew, you wanted to make a comment in the last panel, session. Do you want to go ahead so that we can wind up that, yeah?
I think I can still go ahead. It was a follow-up to what Catherine said, and she spoke about bilingualism, and I think there's some feedback, maybe from online. And we all speak many languages. Many of us in Kenya, we are bilingual, we are multilingual. And there was that question that came about sign language and speech. Where do you start? Where do you go? And I can say you practice what you preach. And again, depending with your doctrine, is where your heart is. And I was trained in something called German Hearing Center, where they don't want to hear the word deaf. And that's their doctrine, as Ms. Kinyo said. And why they don't want to hear about that, because they believe that nobody is limited. That if they do early intervention, they have cochlear fitted. Not that they do not practice sign language, they will do. Because that is one language. But their head goal is to have that one have sign language and again have verbal communication. I listened to these young ones when they were singing, and I could hear some verbalization. So personally for me, when I hear verbal, I get mad if they cannot speak. And I can just say for a minute that there's a program that we had with Stucky Hearing Technologies, where we'll get those people in deaf school, those who could verbalize, they are issued and given for free hearing aids. Then, after getting hearing aid, they'll keep them in the pocket because they don't have any training. And they are very competent in sign language. But nobody was encouraging them to get the second language. Have sign language, the first language, then have another second language that they can speak to everybody. But imagine majority don't know how to speak, they don't know how to speak sign language. So we got to a program where we are training teachers and parents on use of verbal communication after acquiring any age. And it worked so well. Although we still have these attitude issues, the biggest being the teachers and especially the school head. And to crack that was a bit of a problem because, you know, as a head of a school, you get your capitation, the money from government, depending with the enrollment. So if you have 100 deaf children in that school, then after we are doing something we are called mainstreaming into life. If you give hearing aids to 60 of them, then 40 have hearing, and they need to be transferred into a neighboring normal school. The head teacher did not like that. Why? You are cutting on the number of the capitation or the money the government will put there. Is that fair? It is not. Because if a child can get a hearing aid and hear, is double advantage to go to the other school, inclusive school, and they still use sign language and still use verbal communication. That's where the link is. So there's perception and attitude issue where for us, we don't fight sign language, we complement sign language. Remember, even now, sign language, English, Swahili, these are national languages. So we need all of them so that you give them chance. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Matthew. And you brought up some interesting perspectives around doctrine, what you believe and what the decision that the parent makes, yeah? So whether they want to call their child deaf or whether they'll use total communication. I'll pack that a bit, yeah? So that then we can go into speech therapist. She's on board. There is Lorna. I just want to check if you are ready. So we have understood what AVT is, auditory or verbal therapy, yeah? But then they also work alongside speech therapist. Or rather, I gather those are two different specializations. What is that? Some parents have gone for speech therapy and they haven't gone for auditory or verbal therapy. You know, some parents have done both. What's the right way? What's the difference, yeah? So we want some clarity on that. Yeah, Lorna, can you hear us? Yeah, Lorna, can you hear us? Yeah, Lorna, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yeah, we can hear you. So there's an echo.
Can you hear me?
There's an echo. Yes, Lorna, we can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, Lorna. Lorna, can you hear me? Lorna, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know whether you can hear me.
Yes, Lorna, we can hear you. 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 Sorry, there's a problem. There's a double echo. I don't know whether.
So I had some echo, but I can see that you've muted. So maybe that's how to get rid of the echo. I don't know, if you ask me the question, then I'll go ahead and respond, but I can hear you echoing back multiple times.
Okay. So, okay, then I'll ask the question and then I can go on mute. So we are here, all of us, parents and children and specialists here. So we have been having interesting conversations around what AVT is. And so our question to you is, so we understand that AVT and speech therapists are different. What's the difference? And then the other question is, some parents have gone directly to a speech therapist after they have had, the final diagnosis. Is that the right path, or how do those two professionals merge? So just want clarity on that, yeah. Okay,
so just there's somebody who's putting a thumbs up. Can you hear me? If they can put it in front of their screen, then I know. Okay, wonderful. Yes, my name is Lorna Mutamia. I'm a speech and language pathologist. I run a practice in Nairobi as well as in Melbourne in Australia. And I got into the field because of a personal story. And coincidentally, it's a story that is that involves hearing impairment, because my youngest sister was diagnosed with a hearing loss when she was about 2 years of age, and that really started this path that I've been on and continue to be on. So the parents that are here with children that have hearing impairment, the adults that are here that have hearing impairment, I feel like I have also been part of the journey, so I do have a little bit of a lived experience. Now, on to the question, and what is the distinction between auditory verbal therapy and speech therapy? So, auditory verbal therapy isn't it's a specialization past or beyond a base qualification. So if you're a teacher of the deaf, you can then go and become specialized. Or if you're a teacher, it doesn't even have to be teacher of the deaf, but you could also be a teacher of the deaf. You can go on and become specialized in how to teach hearing impaired persons, how to use their hearing, or how to actually access sound through hearing, and how to then develop very good quality speech. Now, auditory verbal therapists are already, all of them have base qualification. So some of them happen to be teachers, others happen to be speech therapists, others happen to be community workers. But it's a training that I know involves very many hours of course-based training in order for you to have that title, that's ADT therapist. So I hope that sort of gives a little bit of a clarity on what the distinction is. Now, as about whether to explore or to have a child go through ABT or speech therapy, I mean, it's a tricky one, and I understand why parents would feel confused about it. So we, as a speech pathologist, I will work on developing language. Now, I will work on, and language, there's a big difference between speech and language. So language is the things that I want to say, that are in my head, that I want to communicate with you on. It's how I understand what you say to me. So there's receptive language, which is understanding what is said to a person. And then there is expressive language, which is saying, the message that you have come up with in your brain, and then how you actually convey it in words. Now, it doesn't have to be words. It can be conveyed in sign language. It can be conveyed in written form. It can be conveyed in speech. So when we are working with children who have a hearing impairment, whose parents prefer that the mode of communication be speech, then we are also trying to develop this child's hearing abilities, or rather auditory processing skills. These children that are hearing impaired are very, very good at processing things with their eyes, because they have been denied the hearing ability, some of them for a very long time, if they are not aided. And so most times they will look at somebody's face, they will look at the body language, they will, and a lot of people are already communicating to them in signs or gestures. You say to Wanjiko, come, and then you've done that. So this child will understand that they're supposed to go to the caller. So they've actually comprehended. They do have a level of receptive language. But then, if I did do this, and I just said, Wanjiko, come, and maybe I had covered.
Looks like we lost her. Lorna, we lost you. Can you hear us? Lost you.
This child has no other way of doing. Am I frozen? If I'm frozen, I think I'm frozen.
You're back now.
Oh dear. Oh,
you're back now. We lost you. Yeah, we lost you when you were covering your mouth when you're calling Wanjiko.
Okay. Okay. So that child who is able to comprehend, if a child is able to comprehend me saying, come, Wanjiko, and I've covered my mouth, or I'm faced the other way, then that child is actually processing their language through hearing. A lot of children who are hearing impaired tend to mostly use, as I say, their eyes. So an AVT specialist, or even a speech therapist that has experience with working with children who are hearing impaired, can start to incorporate in the therapy process ways in which this child can start to actually use their hearing as opposed to just their sight. And that would be what AVT therapists would do. They would teach this child to actually tune into sounds a little better. The speech therapist that is specialized in hearing, children who are hearing impaired, can do the same, and they can extend it to also help build, grammar, so syntax, writing, literacy skills, more comprehension skills. And we don't have to. We can also work with children whose parents say we want to do total communication. So I guess that is the main distinction between speech therapists and AVT, and really the choice of who to begin with is going to be a very personal one for each family.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I don't know, I was hoping to get sort of like I'm putting myself in the shoes of a parent, so I really don't understand what AVT. Oh, thank you so much for the differentiation. And I'm also learning, by the way. I'm not a specialist in speech therapy and AVT. So I was wondering, so I'm a parent, full diagnosis. I choose hearing, aided hearing. And so I hear, so an AVT specialist stimulates the if I've understood the auditory beat, so that then the child can hear sound. Then the speech therapist focuses more, felt holistically. Is that correct? Did I get you right? In terms of differentiating.
I guess you have got it right. I mean, the AVT therapist should also be able to focus on a bit of language, but then it depends on what their background is. Remember how I said AVT specialists have come from different backgrounds. So for us, an AVT therapist that also has a background in speech therapy is probably going to then be able to also target the other areas that are within the scope of practice of a speech therapist.
Okay, that's clear then. So then the onus is on the parent to know, is this AVT specialist also, has strengths in speech, language development, yeah? Okay, then that's clear. Yeah, I don't know if anyone has a question to Lorna around speech therapy, because she's not able to stay on for long. Yeah. Anyone with a question? And maybe, Lorna, you could give a parting shot or word of advice around the speech development journey of a child who has hearing loss from your experiences. What should a parent look out for? A word of encouragement, inspiration. Before you came in, Dr. Matthew said, getting the technology is actually the easier part. The harder part is now working with a speech therapist or an AVT therapist so that the child can actually speak. So what he really indicated, the investment then is now, once you're working with the therapist and mostly working with the family members as well, so that the child can develop language. Maybe you could speak into that from your practice. I know you've practiced for long. So what would you tell parents? How do you encourage them? Because actually one of the question was, I have a child, they have a hearing aid, but they are not speaking language. What's happening?
So I started by also saying that I also happen to have a family member who has a hearing impairment, and she currently is an adult and is aided or has a cochlear implant as well as a hearing aid as well, and is able to communicate through speech and also communicates through sign language. Actually has managed to learn 4 different sign languages, so Kenyan Sign Language, Australian Sign Language, New Zealand Sign Language, and American Sign Language. And they write and they do, they can be independent. And I guess for us, I remember when my sister was younger, we were fixated on speech. We were actually very much fixated on speech. We thought if our daughter, my parents thought if our daughter speech isn't able to be oral, then they're going to be disadvantaged because the society is communicates through speech. And we've come a long way to the point where we decided, whatever communication is what works for us. And this is going to be a decision that different parents arrive at based on their own individual circumstances. But for us, and for any parent whose desire is for their child to one day be able to be independent, to be able to hold a job, to be able to be a contributing member of society, a lot of what goes into enabling a person to get to this point, obviously, are the decisions that you make after diagnosis of a hearing loss. So if a child is diagnosed at birth and they are aided at 3 months or 6 months, and they have a very language-rich environment where parents are not actually gesturing and signing, then that child has a very good a chance of actually being completely oral or completely, verbal, and later developing, sign language if they were interested in it. If another scenario for another child is, say, they were diagnosed with a hearing loss when they were, say, 3 years or 4 years, and then were aided, maybe with a hearing aid or maybe a cochlear implant at 7 years or 6 years, then for this child, if they haven't had intervention that targets their speech and their language development at the point at which they are aided, then I would say a parent then needs to probably be a bit realistic, because hearing, as Dr. Akaria has said, Dr. Matthew, the speech, the journey starts after the aiding. So if after the aiding this child is about 5 years or 6 years or even 4 years, it just means it's going to be a much, much harder task. And you can actually work on a child's speech and they have 4 or 5 or 100 very good clear words, but you can't really have a very complex conversation with a child who doesn't have developed language. So there's such a big difference between language and speech. And I know any day I would rather a child has enough language that is being conveyed in whichever modality, whether it's speech or whether it's sign or whether it's written, because that is a child who will be able to live out their full potential, as opposed to the child that can say 3 sentences very clearly but doesn't have a lot more to be able to communicate. So my word of encouragement to parents is that the ability to communicate in whichever form is such a primal need for humans, and some children who are hearing impaired are locked out of this, and sometimes it's because of the decisions that we make as parents, or even the misinformation that probably our specialists provide parents. But I think inside if you have a gut feeling about what you feel is going to ask yourself, what is it that will enable this child to end up having a good quality of life and live out their full potential? And based on your circumstances and what odds are stacked against your child, then you're able to make a decision that is the best for your child, as opposed to what society or what your family pressures, are forcing you to make. I don't know whether that was an encouragement, but I hope it was. Thank you so much for your time, and I really appreciate being here. I love that I get the opportunity to empower parents and change outcomes for children who have a communication disorder. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lorna. Thank you so much for making time. Lorna is on leave. She's at home, but she took her time off to speak to us. So really, really thank you. Yeah, may you be refreshed for refreshing us. Yeah. Cool. And so whenever you're ready, you can log off. Yeah, thank you so much, Lorna. Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah, please, how can we reach you? How can we reach you if you'd like to engage with you?
So my clinic in Nairobi is, you can find us on the internet, Speech Therapy Totos, and the website is speechtherapytotos.com.
Thank you. So speechtherapytotos.com. Asante sana. So
maybe before Lorna leaves, I can just say one about Lorna. We work closely with Lorna because she's one of the instrumental speech therapists here, who has been mostly a trained speech therapist. One of them who has just graduated is Elizabeth there, and there's Grace here, and she's one of the person who has been doing clinical instructor or clinical supervision in all aspects. So she's very instrumental, especially in speech therapy. So, and thank you, Lorna, for the contribution.
Amazing. Thank you for acknowledging and appreciating Lorna. Yeah. So I want to pick it up from Lorna's comment where she said her advice to the parents is trust your gut feeling. And then she said the end goal of every parent is that your child is fully independent. Yeah. And then she said ensure your child accesses enough language, whether you choose aided hearing, sign language. And she mentioned her sister has, I think, 4 sign languages. I'm like, wow, I only know Kenyan sign language. So it's possible. Yeah, I hope you get inspiration from that. Yeah, that after the end of the day, and she also said sometimes professionals can also misguide someone. Yeah, so you need to trust your gut feeling. You know that feeling inside. Yeah, after all is said and done. Yeah. So Dr. Matthew said that, I think it was a German something, I didn't get that they don't use the word deaf, and they believe that sign language should complement verbal language or spoken language, yeah? And then there are other school of thoughts that say, you know what, I'm deaf, my brain is wired for sign language, yeah? And so I want to ask Professor Ndurumo, also in line to what Lorna said, that the end goal of a parent is that your child is fully independent, successful. Yeah. So do you know that Professor Ndurumo is the only deaf professor in East and West, I think Central Africa, and he got his PhD in the 1980s. How many were born in 1980? How many were not born? Yeah, so Manze, he got his PhD then, and he is deaf. Is that success? Is that success, yeah? Is he independent, if I may use those words that Lorna used, yeah? So, Professor Ndurumo, what's the best way for parents? I mean, there's aided hearing, there's total communication, there's sign language. How did you make it? Yeah, please tell us, yeah.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Thank you for your presentation also. And thank you all for coming. I want to talk, if I talk about myself, it will be a long journey and a long story. It is not easy to say it in a short time. But to answer your question, it depends on many things. To be where I am, it took me a long journey. And I'd like to see definitely from the point of view of ecological theory. To start from the small unit to the bigger unit. To start from home, then around the village, then the school, and then a place of work. So if you start from the small unit, to me, when you talk about language, that is where you start with home-based language. It can be Kenyan Sign Language, it can be Kikuyu, it can be English, whatever language of that place. That is home, that is where you start with. Then the second thing is speech. We have talked very much about speech and speech therapy and AVT. That is very important area also. That is what is expected by the society. And that is where Kenya started with. And that is where deaf education started. It was focused more on speech therapy. And I went through that myself. And my first speech therapist was Elizabeth Godley. She was the first speech therapist in Kenya and established Kenya KICD, Kenya Society for Deaf Children. And I went through her, and it was very helpful. When I became deaf at age of 8, I was admitted at Dagoretti Children's Center, not very far from here, which is very close. At that time, there was no school for the deaf around here. The school for the deaf was just starting. For example, Mumias and Nyangoma started in 1961, but I became deaf in 1960 at the age of 8. So I was taken to Dagoretti Children's Center, and through Elizabeth Godley, I was included in a school, a hearing school in that village around. So I slept in the school for the deaf, and I would come to the hearing school. After 2 years, I went back to Nyeri and joined my former school. Thirdly, sign language should also be part of. You can't leave it out. It is the one that reinforces self-acceptance. It is the one that the deaf child can identify with. Speech is yours. Sign language is theirs. So they need to identify with their language. But with time, both can they both can emerge somewhere. Speech and sign language, they can merge somewhere. The other one is concerning education. To me, education is the key to the deaf person's development. His future is based on education more than the other things like speech and sign language. Education is what is the future, what his future will be holding on. We cannot limit it because of speech or sign language. In Kenya, we started with speech training, whatever you call it, but it did not help us very much. Deaf children were lagged behind, and in 1982, we started developing Kenyan Sign Language for schools. From that time, the children went to school and they would use sign language and speech. Call it total communication or simultaneous communication, which means you use English and sign language. Call it speech and sign language together. If you ask me now, if I stopped using sign language, I cannot talk. I cannot, because sign language is my auditory feedback loop. Like you use the word, I can see myself, I can see my hand sign. That is my loop. Because of my hearing, yours is from your ear to your mouth, speech to hearing, but mine is from my hand, sign language, then speech, that's my speech, and that is my auditory feedback loop. If you cut that loop, then I cannot use speech. It is difficult. And sign language, if you ask me to mute and sign without, then I'm not able to. So both of them go hand to hand. Then the other thing that you need to think about is about the self-esteem of the child. The future is dependent on that, on the psychological aspect of deafness. How do the deaf child view themselves? How do the parents view the child? And how does the society and the community view the child? This is very important. The attitude permeates the society. The attitude is very important. How you look at me will determine how I will cope in the society. If it's negative, then I look down on myself. If it's positive, then I look at myself positively. Then I will work hard to achieve the best that I can. I became deaf at 8 years old, meaning that I had already developed language at 8 years. And I was in class 1 at that time when I became deaf. So I had internalized language, that is Kikuyu especially, and Kiswahili. Because my father used to work at Nairobi, so I would visit him at Mathare Hospital. So I learned a little Swahili. I was stopping it in school. So I also knew Kikuyu very well, but English came in later. But because I had a foundation of language in Kikuyu and Kiswahili, it was easier to add English also as a third language. Then later on, I added But when I was young at Dagoretti Children's Center, we used gestures to communicate. It was not a formal language, but gestures. That was everywhere in the schools for the deaf. So you'd say banana, for example, money, sleep. Those were general. But with time, we came and put up together a language. Lastly, overall, we need to think about the deaf child's future. What kind of job would you want our deaf child to have? Let's say in 20 years or 25 years, what do you want your child to have? In the past, we used to prepare them for carpentry, building mastery, tailoring, but now they can do any other thing because we have broadened our scope and how we view deaf people and their potential. Some are gifted, some are good in ICT, some in different areas. How much time have you given?
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can talk all day.
Yeah, Professor Nrumo is a lecturer, so he'll keep us here. I hope you have your notes here. Thank you so much for sharing your journey. And Helen, you're an audiologist. Professor Nrumo said he became deaf after he had acquired language. So I think they're called postlingual, yeah? And then there are children who are born deaf. And before you came, Catherine was using words like decibels, bilateral, what have you. So one of the challenges parents go through even before they get to know that the child is deaf is that the health system in Kenya does not actively screen for hearing loss. I'm told the card for, baby, even the government one, has all other tests but misses to put hearing loss. So that contributes to the danger of delayed language development because of lack of active early screening.
But there are usually some challenges that accompany that. But within 48 hours of a child being born, then an neonatal hearing screening is supposed to be done. This is a very, very simple procedure where you just put a probe in the ear, we introduce a small sound, the hearing organ the cells of the hearing organ gets to acknowledge the sound, then they produce an echo. So when the hearing organ is working, it produces an echo called autoacoustic emission. So for the neonatal hearing screening, we're actually testing for the autoacoustic emissions, which in short is called OAE. And you see, even as I've explained that process, there's really nothing about an ultrasound or an X-ray or anything. It is a very pain-free procedure, and you really don't need much. It takes less than a minute to be able to do the test. But the challenges that now we have is, first of all, the lack of information towards these procedures, like the early assessments. And then we also have lack of enough trained personnel. We also have the problem of lack of enough equipment in different hospitals. You'll only find this being done in the major cities versus it being done countrywide. There are some certain clinic cards that have hearing loss, and the nurse is supposed to tick, or the person seeing the child is supposed to tick, but unfortunately, actually it's just passed through. Because you can see there's the eye and then there's the hearing, but no one actually looks at the hearing part, so the nurse just passes through. So this is to tell us that there's lack of proper information in the healthcare system when it comes to hearing loss. I will say actually lack of proper information because there are even nurses or doctors, I'm sorry to say this on live TV or online, that they don't even know audiology exists. They don't even know that such a service can be done. So if we, as a healthcare system, as the government, are able to actually make this known to the public that early intervention is actually there, but it starts with early assessment. And so following that, so after the autoacoustic emission has been done, the results will either be a pass or a refer for most of the equipments we have in the country or worldwide. If it's a pass, then wow, congratulations to the parent or to the child that at that time the hearing organ is, and let's put in quotes, the hearing organ, the one we call the cochlea, It is not anything to do with the nerve and the brain. So at that time, the cochlea is functioning as we expect as per the assessment. If it is a refer, then we'll repeat the test at that particular time. If it's still a refer, we bring you back after 2 weeks. They usually, different hospitals have different protocols. There are those who will give you after 2 weeks, there are those who will give you after a month or so. So if it was still a refer after the second visit, then we go now do a full hearing test, and mostly for children we call ABR, auditory brainstem response test, which tests the hearing of the child all the way up to the brainstem. So that is going to guide us to know whether this child is hearing or if there are any other issues. Even when we are doing the testings, there are several questions that the healthcare worker or the audiologist or the clinician will be able to ask you to be able to determine if your child is hearing, if your child is actually prone to hearing loss. And regardless of the test that we get, the history will also guide us to be able to know what is the next outcome or what is the next thing that needs to be done. So an ABR has been done, possibly you're hearing, so we give you a return date or a follow-up to just make sure that everything is fine. But if there's an issue with the ABR, maybe we have some hearing loss, we have total hearing loss, then we take you to the next step. And usually the next step is the intervention process. Now here I'm talking about a child who has actually gone through this process from birth. Then now we are going from up to month 3, we expect that the child has already gotten a diagnosis. Then intervention starts from month 3. If the child needs a hearing aid, then we are supposed to fit a hearing aid from the month 3. And again, unfortunately, most parents, I don't blame anyone, because even I would be very skeptical if I don't have proper information. I'll be like, no, my child can hear, or let us wait. Unfortunately, the waiting process is what brings all the problems. So ideally, month 3, we are fitting a hearing aid, assessing how the child is going, depending on the hearing loss. So regardless of the type of hearing loss or the degree, regardless of the degree of hearing loss, whether it's a mild, moderate, severe, or profound, we still need to fit a hearing aid. This is to make sure that the child is probably able to get sound through the nerve and into the brain. Then at month 6, we are doing assessments, and with the speech therapists, with the AVTs, with everybody, it's usually a multi-sectoral approach, and so we make sure that the child is able to cope or is able to identify sound with the hearing aid. Then as we progress, if it was a profound hearing loss, by 6 months, we're supposed to have started process, or we are fitting a cochlear implant. So for a cochlear implant, just because your child has been told he or she has hearing loss, doesn't mean that we're going straight to cochlear implant. We have gotten this before. Parents have already gone to Dr. Google. They have already known that there's cochlear implant. They already known it's surgery, but they don't have the full information. So then we need to ensure that we take the parent through the whole process, make the parents understand that a cochlear implant is suitable now or a cochlear implant is not suitable now. But all in all, a hearing aid must be given. Whether the child is 3 months old, whether the child is 1 year old, whether the child is 3 years old, the first thing we always have to start with is a hearing aid. I know for those who have had cochlear implants, they know how expensive a cochlear implant is. So as we are waiting for that process, because some people will take 2 months, 6 months, 1 year, we need to have this ear continuously stimulated with sound as we are awaiting financial aid or financial assistance to be able to get the cochlear implant done. So you have talked about the degree, the types. We have different types of hearing loss. What I'll start briefly and just quickly is take us through how we hear. So we have our outer ear, then we have the ear canal where most of us like removing the wax. And then we have what we call the eardrum. I know most of us have heard about the eardrum. From there, we have the middle ear, which has bones that vibrate sounds. And then we have the inner ear, which we have talked about, the cochlea. We have the nerve, and then we have the brain center. So sound has to be picked by the outer ear, which is the auricle, and then the pinna. Then sound is actually mechanically amplified in a certain degree by the pinna, then is sent into the ear canal. It also has a certain way of amplifying that sound. I know some people will be like, but the ear canal is very small. Because of certain mechanism, the ear canal amplifies the sound. So sound comes out as mechanical energy into the ear canal, is vibrated by the eardrum, so it hits the eardrum vibrates the first bone, then the second bone, then the third. That is also a mechanical of amplification. Then it's sent into the ear, the hearing organ, what we call the cochlea. From there, it's changed from mechanical to electrical impulse. Then from there, it's also amplified again, sent through the nerve to the brain. So if there's a problem in any of that process, in that anatomy, then the child will have a certain type of hearing loss. If it's the outer ear, maybe there's a missing pinna, or there's a missing ear canal, or there's a deformed ear canal, there's a deformation on the middle ear, then we call that a conductive hearing loss. If there's a problem with the hearing organ, maybe the cells are dead because of one reason or another, which we are going to talk about, or there's an absence of the cochlea, then we call that a sensorineural hearing loss. Then we also have a problem with the nerve itself. The nerve can be damaged by so many other things, then and also the brain center because of certain conditions that we are not going to be able to discuss today. So then we have a retrocochlea. So retro is past cochlea. So looking into that, it depends. If it's a conductive hearing loss we see, is it something that is it because of an infection? Is it because of an abscess? Is it because of a tumor? Is it because of wax? Then can we be able to rectify? If it's wax, let's remove the wax. If it's a tumor, can we be able to the surgeon, the ENT surgeon, can they be able to remove the tumor? If it's missing briefly is that we open through the behind the ear. There's a process of doing that. Then we insert an electrode. So our cochlear implant goes to replace the cells of the hearing organ, what we call outer hair cells. So they go to replace. So a cochlear implant will be an actual coil. And if you look at it, it has small like beads, and those are electrodes that are going to replace the different types of frequencies that are actually in the inner ear. Then when sound, and then after that, so when they put the electrode array, then there's a wire also that comes out under the skin. Then it has a receiver which has a coil, which has a magnet under the skin. Then on top of the ear, we have the processor, which looks like a hearing aid. Depending on the age of the child, we can either have the one that looks like the hearing aid or the one that is round, so it just attaches, it's just one unit. So if it's the one that looks like the hearing aid, it has also something called a coil. So it's a hearing aid like. Then we have a wire, then a coil that actually connects the outer and the inner part of the skin. So when sound comes through that hearing aid, in quotes, what we call the processor, which has the receiver, then the sound is sent through the coil. Then the one that is inside the skin sends the signal into the hearing organ where there is the electrode array. Sound is taken through the nerve into the brain, and so a person is able to perceive the sound as speech or as whatever sound that has come through the environment. I hope I was able to answer that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Helen. So we are winding up now. I know we are hungry. Lunch is ready. I'm told there's a lot of food, yeah? So yeah, okay, sorry.
Sorry.
I would like, sorry.
Let me just... I just want to make a clarification, and that still on candidacy, not every person is a candidate because of age. Because if you're prelingual, since when were you prelingual? For either hearing aids or cochlear implants. So just because you got hearing loss 10 years ago and you were postlingual, it's very difficult for doctors to be able to actually fit a hearing aid or do a cochlear implant on that particular person. The other issue is we need to understand there's what she had talked about, the age of hearing, the hearing age. So for a young child, once the child is actually in the uterus, they already at a certain gestational period, they're already hearing. Then when they are born, they are hearing sound, and they are so it's a process. By the time they reach a certain age, they are able to say certain words, which I hoped Lona Mudhamia was able to, should have spoken about that. So then the sound is acquired, and then certain speech words, and then like that. So if your child is fitted with a hearing aid or a cochlear implant, we do not expect magic. Let us not expect magic, because what is the hearing age of your child? If the child has never spoken or heard for the last 3 years, then imagine this child is just being born today. So that is something we need to understand. The child is just being born today on the age of fitting, or the time switch on for cochlear implant is being done. So that is just a clarification I wanted.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. Yes, Professor Ndurumo.
I would like to ask Sheila to share a little story.
Okay, Sheila has been nominated to share something. And as Sheila is about to share, if you have any questions to the panelists as we close here, you can start to think about the questions or write them on your table. They're these kind of record cards or papers. If you don't want to stand and ask, you can post it here, and then some of the ushers wearing yellow will pick them up here. Okay, karibu Sheila.
Can I highlight, because I feel also because of time, our panelists are not in a hurry. They have to eat with us. Sindio ama Sindio? Not for yes, no for no. So you can also interact. See, we are here. You are the VIP guests. You're those who've been invited. So please make sure to talk to someone, So we might not answer everything on this panel, because we also want to just enjoy the afternoon, Sindio. So kind of want to relax a bit. So the panelists are here and they are available. Not all of them, but most of them will be available to just listen to you kidogo. Sindio? Thank you. Sheila, anaambiwa afanye nini? Ama ni private? Ni private? Wanaongea private. Sit here.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheila Shefombiru, and I think this is amazing. I want to thank Lugha Ishara and AVT, Ruth and her team for making this possible. So, I'm hard of hearing, okay? When I was about 10 or 11 years, that's when I started to lose my hearing. I myself did not realize what was happening, but my mom would call me or she would speak to me, and of course I wouldn't respond. And she thought I was being rude. She thought I was being a teenager. I was being rebellious. I would put the music on very loud or the TV, and she would ask me, "What's wrong with you? I'm calling you. Why can't you hear?" And I was like, really, I didn't realize that I was losing my hearing. Anyway, my mom didn't have an opportunity like this, so that's why I really thank God. She was talking to her friend and telling her, "My daughter is becoming very rude. I speak to her, she doesn't respond." So as they went along, her friend told her, I think she had experience with people who have hearing loss. She told her, "Maybe your daughter has hearing loss." And my mom was like, "No way." She was in denial. But later on, she decided to test herself, and she found, yes, that I respond better when she's when she's facing me. So like him, my story is very long, but I'll try and just do just points where I could share. So they decided to take me for a hearing test. That's like how many years now? Almost 40 something years ago. So definitely the kind of services were not like they are today. What happened is the ENT specialist who checked my ear misdiagnosed. He said that I had fluid behind my eardrum. So first operation, and things didn't work out. It was a misdiagnosis. And then fast forward a little bit, they discovered that I have otosclerosis. My middle ear, there was calcifying. There was bone forming, yes, at the bottom of my middle ear. So what happened is I was given a hearing aid, and so I have a hearing aid, and I've had one for the last 40 plus years. I also had another opportunity to have an operation to try and clear the bone that had formed at the bottom of the middle ear, the bones of the middle ear, but they came back again. So just to emphasize what Professor Drumo said, education is very important. So I went to a hearing school. I had challenges along the way, but I found ways of coping. One of the ways, I didn't realize it, but I learned to speech read to complement my hearing loss. So that's one thing I did. Secondly, I thank God for people like Professor Ndurumo. So he has been my mentor. He helps me to see. Sorry, excuse me. He helped me to see that disability is not inability. And in many ways, he taught me sign language. He taught me to believe in myself. And I met his family. I was not married that time. I went to his home and I met his wonderful wife, Mercy, and their two boys. And I was like, this is okay. They're happy. They're successful, as somebody said. And I think what I'm trying to say is those support groups are very important. Looking out for people who you can connect with. That's what he did for me. And then, of course, I met Ruth. We've been friends for a long time, walking this journey together. So education is important. I went to good schools. I thank God for my family who are able to do that. So education is important, support is important, mentors like Professor Ndurumo, very important. And here I am. Here I am. Like someone said, the journey has not been easy. I'll just share, personally, during COVID, what happened? People started wearing masks. Here I am. I'm a person with hearing disability, and I speech read. And then all of a sudden, the lips are covered. So you just learn to cope as you go along. Learn to cope, and I thank God. I'm also a Christian. I believe God gives me grace for every day. Grace for every day, and to manage the thorn in my flesh. And I thank God for this opportunity. I don't know, I want to ask Professor Ndurumo, is there something you want me to say? I want him to talk about, okay, and along the way, Professor Ndurumo and I have tried to, have tried to help people who are deaf and hard of hearing. There's an organization called AIDSAR, Association, Africa Institute for Deaf Studies and Research. And we try and, help people who are hard of hearing, who are deaf. We're doing research, collecting data, trying to understand that space. And maybe I'll give him a chance just to speak about a book that he has written that will help even parents and professionals in that space to try and understand the deaf and the hard of hearing. Maybe he can speak about that and the work that we have done together. Oh, what do you want me to say?
Yes.
Okay.
How did you cope in the university?
Oh, wow. Okay. He's asking me how I coped in university.
Because you are among the first 2 or 3 ladies with a hearing impairment so far that I know of, perhaps the first one, because you graduated in 1990.
Okay, so like I told you, I went to normal schools, and then thank God I went to university. So coping skills. So number one, many times the teacher would come into the class and the board is here, and then just face the board and keep talking, keep writing. So I identified people. I had friends who I would sit next to them and they would help me go through it. After the classes, they would share with me. I had a friend who, of course, was hearing, and sometimes she'd be the one who would speak for me. People would ask her the questions, and then she would answer for me, and vice versa. She was basically my interpreter. What I'm saying is, I just identified people who would help me go through the challenges I had. I had friends. Then sometimes lecturers or teachers, I would see them after. Tell them, I didn't hear what you said. I didn't understand what you said. Could you please take me through it now? Of course, I had to do a lot of reading on my own. Yes, and one of the things that I picked up, I always tell people, when you speak to be heard. Would have so many of our instructors who would not even face the people they're speaking to. They're teachers, they're instructors, and they're just talking, facing the board. And so I tried what I could at that time to get them to understand. I was the only one for a long time to understand that there are people who need to hear, and they hear with their eyes, because they need to see the lips, and of course with sign language. So just creating awareness along the way in my journey, ensuring that when I get into a room, I sit in the right place, because I have one hearing aid, and then I've lost profound hearing loss on one ear. So just making sure that the environment is conducive to the best of my ability. Sometimes it's not possible. People speak with they cover their, or they turn away when they speak. So I think it's just coping in the best way possible. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Sheila was put on the spot. I hope it has encouraged a parent who had asked, what happens to my child in terms of education here? So thank you for sharing. Professor Ndurumo, 30 seconds on the book. Then we can go to our parting shots. Yeah.
Make it a minute.
45 seconds. Plus, sorry, if I could add this, Jackie. Yeah, and your parting shot to the parents, to people who are here, then we'll do the same to all the panelists. Yeah, so each one of us 45 seconds so that we close.
I met Sheila after I met her father. I met the father in Sweden in 1987, but I met Sheila in 1990. When I met the father, he was very keen to see how the daughter can be helped. Then when I came here, that's when I met her in Stockholm. That is where I met your dad. And he told me about you. And he asked me to try and meet you in future. At last we met. Your father was the ambassador at that time. About this book, I have done a lot of research and have packed a lot of information, what was there before and how the language came in. Because speech was used between 1958 to 1982. What evidence did we have to show that speech and speech therapy was helping the deaf child in school? Then the second part is, what evidence do we have that sign language has helped the deaf child in school? We have the two parts. My research has shown that both, when come together, on both sides, when they're brought together, speech cannot be left out, sign language cannot be left out. Both must be put together. The book has everything that you may need. That is communication at home between the parent and the child. We found out that fathers were not very involved on the welfare of their deaf child. Most of the time it's the mother. So the fathers should also be involved. The mother tries very, very much. The other thing is communication between the siblings. The brothers, sisters are also very involved in communicating with their deaf brother or sister. And on the average, how many children are in the family? Between 1 and 4. So this book has a lot of information that you may need. But one thing that I'm asking you, you need to work together on both sides. You cannot leave the other group. The book sells for 2,500. I have brought with me about 5 copies if you're interested. Okay.
Yeah. So 45 seconds, each of our panelists, your parting shot to the parents, yeah? This conversation seems like it can't end, Cindy. So we're going to have lunch, and then the panelists will be here. So just grab them, yeah? And then I was thinking later, Mrs. Kinyo, we can allow the parents, older parents of 80 to stand up so that they can be seen by the newer parents, so that a parent can identify someone they can have conversations with, yeah? So I'd like to go next. Parting shot, 45 seconds.
Photos, yeah.
Okay. So one more announcement. So the panelists don't leave here. We'll take a photo once we are done with the parting shots, yeah? So allow them to take the photo first and then grab whoever you want for further conversation.
Thank you, Lugha Ishara, and thank you everybody here and the panelists and the parents as well as the children, as much as they are busy playing. My parting shot is we can talk a lot, but if we do not advocate for early assessment and early intervention, all this is going to go in vain. For us to be able to have many people as Professor Ndurumo and Sheila, then early assessment and intervention and awareness is very important. Awareness on hearing loss, awareness on the causes of hearing loss and the available intervention methods that are available will really go a long way. The other thing is we have a lot of colleagues and a lot of professionals in our country. I know there's a lot of talk sometimes that, you know what, we need to go to India, we need to go to the UK, we need to go this. Yes, everybody has a right of choice on where they seek medical help or assistance, but just know that in our country we have very, very many qualified professionals who can be able to assist in intervening for ear and hearing care. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. 45 seconds.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I think it's been good even hearing from other professionals, and it's good seeing parents here and their children, and I think it's a good opportunity whereby maybe we get to learn so many things. And I think my take home, or maybe it can be yours, is on total communication, whereby we have to merge the speech and also the sign language. And as I've heard that some of them do speech reading, so they have to be aware of what they are reading, or maybe the sounds or the words they are getting from the speaker. So I think it's a good area whereby we interact with audiologists, the speech therapist, so that we can help our children to live like any other person in the world. And may God bless you and keep you.
Thank you. These are wonderful organization where you have a multidisciplinary team, including different profession, parents, children, and I think this is the way to go. And because by this we share a lot, and from where we are coming from different fields, and I think that's the most important thing today, that we are coming here as to advocate for different aspects. And as Prof said, that even in speech and sign complement each other. That's the way to go, because I think the problem we have Kenya is a lack of knowledge, and nobody is an individual caretaker of that knowledge. When we come together, as we have, we're moving forward. And the same, maybe as I finish, is that when listening to Sheila's confession, you know, she's smiling there, and look, she's hiding her tribulation because their success. And that's why I can say we move from there. And even if it will take, I like her headgear, but behind that headgear, there's something there. And that's the way to go, and that's the way to be. I have a published paper, and maybe we'll be talking with Sheila, on satisfaction with hearing aid that I've done about 5 countries, satisfaction with hearing aid. And that's some of the things I've found is that people don't want to put on that hearing aid because they'll be asked questions. It's a better way, the way Sheila is doing it, because you will be more comfortable and self-esteem. Perfect. Thank you. And we will look forward for more on this, and the media to also advocate to some of these silent, smiling disabilities. Thank you.
Asante sana Daktari. So I was hoping you will take shorter so that I can steal a few of your minutes, but you've taken all of them, so I'll just be really fast. I hope you'll be able, the interpreters will be able to keep up. So I'll use my parting shot to address some of the questions that were asked by the parents that we didn't touch. Somebody wanted to know about play activities. Which toys can I buy? And I want to tell you, you can use languages everywhere. And at AVT, you're taught how to make a language-rich environment in your home. So for those who've never been in an AVT room, I thought AVT is where you tell a child to say, Mama, then the child says,
Mama.
Dada.
Dada.
I thought that's what you do. You go, you repeat, you say, you repeat. But that's not what you do. You sit with that. The first time I saw it, I thought, I can't do this. Because you sit with a child and you play some random game about building with Jenga blocks or cars or cows or whatever. And you say, a cow says moo. Then you show the cow and you say moo. So it's a long process. And so you don't have to go and buy toys so that you can, yes, toys are good, but you don't have to go at home and buy. So you can tell the child, go bring me the blue cup. And so you show a child, this is blue or this is yellow, and cup. So you don't have to go and buy toys, but you need to build a language-rich environment. And then somebody else asked about acceptance. And I want to say the first route, or what has helped me, is to build a community of like-minded people. By like-minded, I mean people who are going through the same situation that you're going through, because then you're able to create a vulnerable space where you can share with one another openly. You can say, I'm tired of this, I don't think I can do this, without any judgment. The second thing you need to do is that worked for me rather is confronting your biases. For me, it took me about, now I call my son deaf because I associate him with deaf culture, and we can speak about that over lunch. But I call him deaf, and it took me 3 years to say I have a deaf son. I had never said those words openly. Why? Because maybe I thought disability is a dirty word or deafness is a bad word. It's a descriptor or like any other word. So you need to confront your biases or what you've internalized that makes you feel, a bit funny about some of these terms. Then you need to, like I said, surround yourself with a community, and especially a person who's chosen the same pathway that you're choosing, because that's the only way you'll understand one another. Thank you.
I was about to grab the mic.
So I will base my points on Lorna, the speech therapist, left. We are used to the mic because we do not want to hide our lips because of speech reading. So we use special microphones that are 4 inches below the chin, so that my lips can be read. So it works. Okay, like that. So I will pick from where Lorna, the speech therapist, left, because speech therapy and AVT therapy is interrelated in Indiana. The audiologists, their job done. Children have been fitted with most appropriate hearing aids on devices, and now the next step is to take them to speech therapist or auditory verbal therapist. I am an auditory verbal therapist, but I started as a school teacher. She commented that a good auditory therapist must also be a teacher, a classroom teacher or a school teacher, a normal teacher, so that the approach that you get from special education to teach hearing impaired or people who have challenged hearing can now be based on what they hear, what they see, and what they speak. So auditory verbal mainly train the children from very early age, from 3 months. All of us were born as babies by our mothers, but they didn't take us anywhere to learn language. Language started from your mom on the laps. So the same language, which is called now natural language, is the one which is to be developed in a program called AVT. So the child is brought to the classroom by a parent. The first thing I do, I want to see the audiogram. I want to see what level of hearing loss this child has. I look at the audiogram and interpret. And also, I will focus on the better hear. So the better hear with my mouth. And the chair that the child is sitting and the teacher's chair are at the same level, so that she doesn't look down, up or down. So that is where the therapy begins. This therapy, as Lorna said, it starts with sounds. Find out the sounds in the environment, and then in your therapy, there are sounds that should be taught first, the first day. These are the speech which are louder than the others, like vowels. You have to introduce them. Find out whether the child can hear these sounds with a better ear at the same level. So if the child hears those vowels, there are variety, there are about 6 types of, or 5 types of vowels. So make sure that the child can hear those ones because they are loud. And 6 sounds, yes, the child should be trained to listen these 6 ring sounds because they will be used as long as you advance with the therapy. Should be listened, and the child must respond. So you find out whether she can hear or he can respond to all these sounds because they will determine the words that you are going to teach. You are going to teach these sounds built from this word. So you start from single sounds. You put them at the beginning of the word, at the middle of the word, and word. So you assess the response of the child. So you advance from the sounds to words, 2-letter words or 3-letter words, making sure this sound you are focusing on is on that word. So that word is added in the preface and the suffix of the word. Then you advance to now bring down on the floor the normal activities, day-to-day activities that are done at home. They must be done in auditory verbal class with the child and the teacher, doing the same natural language or spoken language that is based on the environment. So you train the child to listen the sounds in the environment. After you have taught the sounds that he can respond to, you identify these sounds. You make them to be aware of the sounds. You make them to identify what sound did I hear. Is it a sound of a cow, of a dog, of a cock, or a sound from the radio or from the TV, or a man talking, or a woman talking, or a child talking? He has to identify all this. Then discriminate. Train the child to discriminate the sounds that he hears. So between the two, which loud sound or soft sound or no sounds, those 3 words. No sounds, there is sounds, or there is a loud sound. They have to be discriminated. Which ones are add, which ones are not add. So then you continue with the activity, training the mother and the child, so that the mother takes the activities to a new environment, which is at home, but the activity remains the same. If it is serving tea, it must come to the class for the therapist to train and to do them with the child. What about if the child does not hear anything? As you said, my child is not hearing anything. Don't worry, speak, continue speaking, but make sure you speak in front of the child. And what he cannot do, act. The best auditory verbal teacher is also an actor, so that you can act and he will copy and get everything, understand everything. Use expression, facial expression, body expression. I don't want. No, it is no. I don't want. Yes, smile. Smile for yes. Show the expression to so that you are sad. Okay? So body communication is also included. It's not an easy job because the parents come and say, now I've paid for the services. Why do you make me a teacher at home? It will not work without you, parents. Yeah. It won't work. Don't tell me to do, I won't do it. And the first time I ask you, will you cooperate? Will you be my partner? Will you make the members of our family my partner we partner all of us, because one can achieve, many can achieve more. That is where what is how we do. So then we proceed. Now you ask me, how can this child hear and read and write and tell you stories, write stories, read conversations, read passages and answer questions underneath? You train the child from age 2 to look at the words in the baby books, to say something about them. If there is a picture, look at the picture and show expression what's there. Then you follow up. Make sure that the child is smiling, you are also smiling. If the child is sad or is not cooperating, leave him, please, don't do anything. Try to get another activity which attracts the interest of the child, then pick up from there. Do not prepare the work before he comes, because you have to observe what mood has he come in. Is he ready to learn, or he is only ready to play? If he is ready to play, start a play. You have dolls, you have puppets, you have cars, you have buses, you have trains, you have everything. It must well be equipped, so that if he doesn't respond with one activity, immediately turn to the other one. So that you keep the child busy. You keep the child busy and the teacher is busy. That is how they learn, and they will never want not to come to therapy session, because it is interesting, it is for mom, it is at home, it is at school. Because the main important thing is to bring this child in a level where he can perform just like the hearing peers.
Mwalimu, teacher Mrs. Bayer. Yes. You know, I think you guys already have a PhD in AVT from the start, right? Did you follow the process? So clear, yeah? From recognizing sound to distinction, to taking the words to make a statement, to life, practical things at home, yeah? So that's what happens at the AVT lab or class. Did I use the word lab? I'm not a doctor, yeah?
Yes.
So, yeah.
So I will finish with saying that speech therapy and auditory verbal therapy, they go. Because the speech therapy will correct those sounds, articulations of words, and I won't bother so much. I'm bothering on natural spoken language. That is my work. And that is why they pick so quickly.
Amazing, 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 amazing. Honestly, that's the first time. I think now I understand AVT. I understand AVT now from the explanation, yeah? And it's good to know that AVT goes together with a speech therapist, yeah? Mrs. Kinywa, 45 seconds.
45 is so little. I think I'll conclude with language acquisition, as we have heard, is from 0 to about 7 years. We have to take this opportunity. The more we delay our children from getting speech. Sign language you can acquire any other time of your age. Andrew acquired when he was about 20 the sign language, but for his hearing, for his language, he got it between 0 and 7 years. And the other thing I wanted to just tell the parents, especially the young parents, acceptance. It's so important. 99% of your child's either disability, I'll call it, excuse me for using that word, it's the parent accepting the condition and accepting what they have. God has given you, you do what you need to do with that child, and God will give you the ability to do that. The other thing is the audiologist really explained about the cochlea and the hearing aid. Cochlea, for the parents who are actually running to the cochlear implant, first of all, it's very expensive, as Dr. Matthew said. It's very expensive, and then it removes or it gets rid of any residue in your hearing. If you go for surgery for cochlear implant, that's it. If that cochlear doesn't work in the future, remember you're deaf. I mean, there's no retrieving. And that's one of the reasons why we chose hearing aids, because there was more development. Now I'm talking of 26 years ago. Now there's so much development. Like Andrew is using now, there's Bluetooth. It works with him with everything he needs. If today he actually chooses to have cochlear implant, he has already acquired his language. So that is very important. What we are in a talking world. Andrew actually, later on in his life, he said that he wants to go to the deaf world, and we let him because it was his choice. So the last 2 years of his high school, he went to the School of Deaf, and he acquired his sign language then. And because it was in another country, we were actually advocating for sign language to be accepted as a language, the way a Kiswahili or English is supposed to be as a language. So he was doing his English and he was doing a sign language as his second language, as schools require for a child to have 2 languages. So for my parting shot is, me as an AVT parent or an AVT advocacy, I'm saying we can acquire language if we get the hearing aids to our children on time, as she has explained so well. Those first 3 months and whatever the diagnosis will be, once you get the hearing aids, you have a fallback position. Mrs. Bayer is here, and you can hear what she has said. There's no overnight solutions. It is a step by step. You learn how to say dog. One thing I would say, excuse me, please. One thing I would say, Andrew, because the school was in Langata, it was near Wilson Airport. And one of the things Andrew got, the first south hitch they were doing is it's an aeroplane. An aeroplane was like this, woo, aeroplane. And because I was also living in Ngong, you see the aeroplanes come through here. So he actually understood what is an aeroplane. He can hear the low voices, the low sounds, but he can't hear the pitch. So my daughter, my first daughter, is called Shiro. So we used to call Shiro. But him you could say EO. And you were like, why is Andrew saying EO? That time we didn't know he was not hearing. He actually moved his lips. That's when I clicked. Why is he moving his lips and there's no sound? Because he was saying, I'm moving my lips, but he's not hearing any sound. My maid was called Lucy. So he could call, we are saying Lucy, but he say, ooh-eh, ooh-eh. I'm glad to have my other person I got. Actually, she's allowed, I think she will talk in the afternoon. The one I got for her, she has been with us for about 20 years. And she's the one who now helped us now. She was with Mrs. Bayer. And as we say, home, we got to work at home a lot. With all what we have at home, I still have a picture which I wrote. On the picture, I wrote the word picture. I still have it today. Because you have to identify a cup and you put the word cup so that he sees and he reads the word. So you see, even he's there, he's not bothered. He's in his own world. But I'm telling you, Andrew has acquired language through us talking and practicing as much as possible. Thank you so much.
Yeah, let's give it up for the panelists. Yeah, Mrs. Kenyo, Mrs. Bayer, Catherine. Yes, I'm going there, yeah. So, Kerry, you have a parting shot. I think you should be an AVT specialist. Mrs. Bayer said you need to be playful and dramatize. And start with you. So you have a new job, yeah? Amen, yeah? So I think for me, my parting shot is to the parents. What I heard the specialist speak, the doctor, and even Mrs. Ruth and Kate and all the panelists, it seemed like the burden falls on the parent, right? On the well-being of the mother mostly, yeah, unfortunately. So if the mother is well, then the child is well, So at Lugha Ishara, we also offer psychosocial support, and I think that's what we are trying to do here. We're trying to bring everybody on board so that we hasten the process, because it's a difficult journey. But assuming you had someone who walked with you at the time of diagnosis, 3 months, and someone is telling you there is a way, so you don't need to figure out so many things. So there's a comprehensive information pack, and also peer-to-peer groups. And then the way this team is seated, it will be so. So these are the people who would speak into the intervention, rather than you go look for everybody. Yeah? So that's where we are headed with the AVT group and Lugha Ishara, such that all the experts will be seated in a case. We're calling that case management, and then you can come in and we'll work with you, so that by the first 2 years, then your child already is undergoing. Because the challenge usually, it's parents really wonder, and it's a real struggle, it's an authentic struggle, yeah? So those are the next steps for us as Lugha Ishara and AVT Kenya. Thank you.
Let's also give Nancy a hand. She's done really, really well. Thank you, Nancy, from Lugha Ishara. We want to do 2 activities. We have AVT parents, the older parents from AVT. Please stand up. Because these are the people who will be working with the new parents. Let's have any older parents from AVT who've been through the process. Please be upstanding so that we can celebrate you. Yay! Yes, yes, yes. Well done. These are the parents. And how about the new parents who are becoming a part of the community? Let's see you. Let's see by extension any new parents who are coming to be a part of the community. Welcome, welcome. We love you. We celebrate you. Welcome. As we do that, Lugha Ishara parents as well. Lugha Ishara community, where are you? Lugha Ishara community, yay! There they are, awesome. Cindy, as we do this, we have 2 activities left before we serve food. The food is, can you smell it? I'll just take a deep breath in. Kwanza shiba harufu. Oh, shiba harufu. Tumeshiba harufu. Now, you've had someone called Andrew. Andrew has been talked about. Baka, you're thinking, is it a ghost? So Andrew is going to be coming up with Steph, and they're going to do a dance, and they're going to teach us a dance. After that, he's also going to speak to us, and someone is going to assist him to sign. So DJ Wiwa, hautaki waone dance? Okay. Sawa, panelist, tokeni tu pole pole, mwende na Doreen. Lakini mtamis, me I wouldn't want to be a panelist. I miss the dancing. Never. You have to dance. Yes. So let's do a group photo. And also the media houses that are represented, they want to do a few Q&As. So they'll do it. But just look with your eyes. Look with your eyes and dance. You can dance as you do it. So DJ Wiwa, Andrew is here. That's Andrew right there. Coming with Steph. DJ Wiwa is dropping a tune. Drop the tune. Drop the tune. No distractions from mommy. Let's go. Stephanie. Aya. Are you ready? Twende. This one they're gonna show us. Aya, twende. DJ Wiwa. Okay. It has to drop. It hasn't dropped yet. Okay, the beat has to drop. You could have it could drop. We weren't there in those days. Okay, Andrew, come. You have to give us a speech. That's the. That's what we are doing tonight. Mahali utakuwa kwa nyumba yako. Hallelujah. Sisi hatuendangi huko nje kushirikiana na watu wa dunia. Hallelujah. Tafanyia kwa nyumba yetu. So this is your time for your speech. Oh, one more song. Okay, it's called what? Oh, everyone is doing it? Okay. So everyone is doing this one. Everyone up on your feet. DJ, the next one. Let's learn something. He's teaching us something from South Africa. Aya. Mapeka wapi? Waluo mko wapi? Wapi mapeka? Wapatini makofi. Aya, if you're not clapping, you're jealous and you can't even dance. Thank you. Haya, let's give Andrew a chance. He had a speech for us. Breathe in, take a. As he does that, also we wanted to give an opportunity to a sibling, and we had is it Jude? We have Jude and Gakenya, who is Andrew's sibling, to also say something. So Andrew had a speech prepared for us. So let's give him our ear. Do translate, sign. Who's signing? Okay. I wanted this to run parallel because we need to serve the children. It's 2 p.m. So panelists, if you'd like to listen to the speech.
Wait, you.
Yes, it does. Oh, God. Okay. You want to dance? How do I ask her if she wants to dance? Oh, she's watching herself on TV. Yeah, you're on TV now.
Hello, everyone. Okay, my name is Andrew. Okay, my name is Gashoki Kenwa because I keep on forgetting my name, my real name. So I'm Gashoki Kenwa, and everyone call me Andrew. So I'm 26 years old, and I have two sisters. My one sister is there, Kenya, and my other sister in South Africa. She's doing the. And I'm the only boy that I'm the annoying brother. Yes. So I was born deaf, and I grew up in Karapon, in Gong, like our home, just like few minutes from here. And so when I started growing up, I got my first pair of hearing aid when I was 2.5 years old. Then I joined Irene. Hey, I completely forgot about that too. Joined Irene Nagasta with Mitibaya. Oh yeah, Mr. Baya, I don't know if I met her. So, it's right there, it's around here. Mr. Baya, where is she? Where is Mr. Baya? Huh?
She's there.
Huh? Oh, okay. Anyway, from the beginning of the preschool education, shortly after I moved to school where I completed preschool and joined grade 1. And then I moved to Ristinga in 2003. So in 2004, I moved to South Africa and joined grade 2 in a school called Crawford. And throughout this time, I was visiting speech therapy until I was 14. And that's why I can able to speak and yeah. Okay. And also, after I finished primary school, I went to high school, but only between that time it's a different school. But my last 2 years, I went to the Jeff school to finish my matric. Finish the school completely before I go to university. I only had for 2 years, and the way I learned the language, they taught me, and it took me like a few weeks to learn quickly, and it's easy for me to speak the language, but only back in South Africa. And also, after I finished school, I went to college. Where I do photography, and I finished there until 2020. And now I'm certificated to do professional photography and videography. And after that, I started to work for my business, and I trained to be a mine manager so I can able to learn what he did and take over. And then now I also manage a security company. It's called Lugha Ishara. Lugha Ishara. It means, it's like Swahili also. It means to protect. Yeah. Yeah. So my company to help protect all the business people in our node, and Also, by the way, growing up as a deaf person is not very easy. I would like to thank God for giving me strength and guiding me. I would like to thank to all my supporters around me, my mother and Mr. Bayer, and for making my journey easy. So, and I would like to thank myself for being determined, patient, and consistent throughout my journey. And I would like to encourage you guys to not give up, but keep fighting what you want to do. So chase your dream the way I want to chase my dream. So I did chase my dream, and you can all do it. Everyone can do it. Yeah. So keep it up, and big luck for you all.
Thank you. This is the 26-year-old CEO. He's a rich guy, by the way. In fact, I have a proposal for a business I want to start. If you can finance me just 5 million. Let's talk later. We can talk later. So that's Andrew. Thank you so much for being so open and sharing. I want to give an opportunity to 2 siblings, and I'll start with Jude. Jude is a sibling. Let's clap for Jude. Let's welcome him, and he'll show us who his siblings are. Come, Jude. Come just share your experience, because we've talked as parents, we've talked as professionals, but we need to hear as siblings, because you have a huge role to play, as has been said. So introduce yourself and share with us what your experience is, and encourage some other siblings who are here on how they can inspire people. If you're still watching us live, keep commenting, keep sharing this video. Let everyone who they can get to know that there's a beautiful world. And I love what's written here, deaf inclusion, very important.
My name is Jude. I actually have a deaf brother called Fadili, and all I wanted to say is, for me, actually, I find it normal, because if you live with a person, it's like an adoption. So for me, it's like I find him normal. Like, to me, there's an advantage, because I actually learned sign language, and at home people come to me and like ask me, how can I talk to Fadili? So I think that's one of my main encouragements at home, and I think, and for me, like, I'd want to tell people my age, or like younger people, like, to just learn sign language, so that it can be an inclusive to other people, to deaf children. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's important. Let's learn sign. Let's do it. Awesome. I hear there's also Karen before I give Kenya, and then we'll start with the kiddie serving station, and then we'll go to the adult serving station. I also want to acknowledge the patriarch of our side of the family who is here. I can't miss to recognize Mark Karaoke. Please say hello to this gentleman. This gentleman raised most of our parents. He's a patriarch, a senior gentleman in society. Siku hizi namuona tu kwa TV. Na hata sijakula kitu, lakini ni sawa, nitakuona kando pia wewe. He is the firstborn brother to Ruth Kenywa. Ruth Kenywa is the lastborn, so they have like 39 siblings in the middle. 39, including my mother. Anyway, okay, so let's welcome Karen. Karen is here. Karen is there with Dr. Ndurumo, and we need her here. Karen, we need her here. How do I wave to her and tell her I want her here? How do I show her to come? Hakuna wewe kuja hapa. Wewe kuja. Karen, I want the sign interpreter to tell her what I want her to say. Okay. Oh, okay, good. Karen, come. Mrs. Kenywa says you can also encourage the people who are here how to be a good classmate, how to be a good friend to those who are deaf around us, and to be inclusive. You want to sign? You want to sign? Oh, okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Karen. I graduated from Riara University, computer science. The only advice I can give to you is to work hard and not to be afraid to ask. It is important to ask. You cannot suffer alone. We are all family, we are all friends, and we need to give each other support and help a lot. Family and friends are also helpful. And finally, more important, God will help you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Tusaidiwe na Mungu. It's true. He's the only one who can help us. Hi, Mama. As we wrap up, Gakenya Kenywa, the other sibling wanted to give a chance to give a speech, and then we wrap it up. Let's welcome her nicely. As we do this, remember we had a hashtag. If you have social media, don't only use it to follow Mimi socialites. You can send something and write hashtag there is a way. Okay? Let's do that also. Gakenya, welcome.
Hello everyone. My name is Gakenya Kenywa. I'm the last born to Ruth Kenywa, Andrew's little sister. I just wanted to give the siblings of the hearing some little bit of encouragement. By the time Andrew was, I guess, talking, I was born, so I don't really remember the struggle that my parents went through or my older sister. By the time Andrew was speaking, to me it was normal. My parents never sat me down and was like, my brother, like your brother's deaf, speak to him nicely. I kind of just blended in, and it was like my normal. Even at school in South Africa, we were in the same school at one point, and people would come up to me and be like, oh, you're the sister that has the deaf brother? And I'll be like, yes, yeah, he's deaf. And they'd always ask me, oh, what's that thing that he usually wears? And I'll just be like, yes, that's a hearing aid, and that's what helps him hear. So advice I can give siblings of a hard of hearing sibling is just be confident. If someone comes up to you and asks, is your sibling deaf? Just be like, yes. And that shuts them down immediately, because obviously they're asking because they may be uneducated about it. So maybe just try educate them and be like, yes, he's deaf, but he can talk or he can sign, or we have other ways we can communicate with him. And also, like, to the parents, I know it must be hard. I can barely imagine how it is. But there's a way, as we've said today, and just keep positive, and also bring it in as a positive thing. Even if you're sitting the other kids in the house down and saying, yes, we have a deaf brother or sister here, just keep it positive, because the way you take it on influences them. If you take it on positively, they'll take it on positively. And that's what I can maybe commend my parents for, is they've never ever made it an odd thing, never made it like a weird thing. It's always been normal. Yeah, I think that's the best advice I can give you. Yeah.
Awesome. Let's give her a hand. Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's so interesting, because for me, also as a part of the family, I'm a part of this family, and I never looked at Andrew as deaf. I was just like this playful cousin. He'll come and want to do everything, but if you look at him, he talks to you, tells you what he wants, and we move. So there's no one who ever came and said, okay, let's gather at now. No. There's no, people need to be sensitive, you need to be loving, you need to be accommodating to everyone in the society. And I want to see how you'll do that this afternoon, because we have a good time of play, we have fun. Tata Sheila has so many games that we can play this afternoon. After you eat, don't be in a hurry to leave. No one is chasing anyone away, okay? So we're going to pray for food, and then we're going to serve the children. The children have their own serving station. In case they need assistance, parents, please assist your children. And then we're going to go to serve the adult station that's also set up. And I think there's an announcement? Yes. From our host. Thank you so much, Mrs. Kenywa.
Thank you so much. I don't want to make you so hungry. There's so much food, but I think there's so much. If people are hungry for information, not food, which is the good thing. And I think we are here to help you. I would request the new parents, if you have any question, if you have anything which is disturbing you, even the young ones, or even my AVT parents, if you want to talk to me, you want to talk to the AVT parents, please see them. As you said, actually, I really want to recognize my brother, my big brother. He's the firstborn brother, I'm the lastborn. So he took care of us, and he actually stopped everything to come and support me. And I have my sister-in-law, my sister, Mombi, and my cousins. Yeah, they all came to support me. Thank you, William, for manning the gate, and nephews and nieces, and Keri Kagiri, we call her Poi. That's the mother. So thank you so much. And I don't know, I'm not doing vote of thanks, but I'm just recognizing people because they are really part of me. And please, the young parents and the new ones, please come talk to us. We have the whole afternoon, and it's not raining, and we have the games to do anytime. Please come. I really want to share my experience, and I believe it will help somebody. Thank you.
Awesome. Let's give her a hand. Let's give her a hand. Let's give her a hand. Let's not get tired of waving and waving and waving. Awesome. Thank you so much. So we're going to get into prayer for food. Can I ask? Yes. So we have a baby here, Keith. How do you do, Keith? Someone showed me. Keith would like to pray for food. Yeah, he's ready. Good. That's Keith, he's coming. Nimeletewa juice. Imetoka wapi juice? Nimeletewa juice mzima nikapewa. Sijui imetoka wapi. Aya, Keith, hey, so how do I say hi? Hi. Okay, let him pray for food.
Hello. Voice.
My name is Keith. Yes, and that is my sign name. Let us pray for food. Thank you, God, for giving us food, and thank you for mothers and father. Thank you for the Lugha Ishara, and thank you for inviting us to come here. We are praying for food. As we take it, let it be helpful in our body. For this we pray in Jesus' name.
Amen. Those are the prayers we like, short and sweet. Thank you, Keith. I will tell you I like that prayer, short and sweet. Yeah. So I want to say one thing. We are an eco-tourism facility. People come here to spend time on the grass, eat, go up Ngong Hills. We have a route. You can go up Ngong Hills, come back, we serve lunch. We do small groups of people. We do up to 100 people. And so when I said ecotourism, it means that we are eco-friendly. And so don't leave any bottle on the floor. We've provided dustbins, even these ones for the panelists. Someone will volunteer to pick them. Let's not litter this property, tafadhali. We keep it green, we keep it clean. Green and clean. Green and clean. Strictly green and clean. Awesome. And if we have cameras, if you're the one who littered, we will monitor. You will cut that place, crop it and put it on Instagram, Pasho. We'll put it on Nini, Tuko, and all the platforms. Yeah, I'm joking. But let's be eco-friendly. Let's collect all the trash. Awesome. We have hand washing stations. Children, tell them we have hand washing station. We need to wash our hands. How do you wash our hands? Waoneshe hao watoto. Washakula? Hapana bado. Ndio naenda kula sahi. So they need to go wash their hands. Children, wash your hands. Show them they need to go wash their hands. Someone help me please. Coordinate them to wash their hands. Yes. Okay, let them wash their hands. Immediately they are done. Adults, we can go. My name is Keri Kagiri. I am an event MC. That's where I eat. So I'm expecting a fat check today. But other than eating during emceeing, I MC weddings, funerals, events. Just call me. At a funerals, call me. Okay.
Before we part ways, I wanted to say if there is any parent who would want to talk or any psychological talk, I'm a Christian counseling psychologist, and we do it for free to such a function. If there is anything that is emotional, psychological, or any question that you'd want to ask, we are here for you. I'm called Mumbi, Dr. Mumbi Margaret.
Okay. Thank you so much. Ati for free. Munipitie kwanza munilipe. Maybe staki free. Ati for the free. Thank you so much. Let's do this. Share this video with everyone. Thank you.